Grab your car keys. We're back with more Fixed Ops Week brought to you by the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Learn about the power of people, filmed live at the Rohrman Automotive Group.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we are at Rohrman Automotive Group at Schaumburg Kia's grand opening. And Ted, a big conversation about the impact that people have in our organizations.
That's right. And everybody on the panel here today has a whole lot to say about people and things they've done in the industry. Ryan Rohrman is with us. Ryan, thank you so much for having us in, and very impressed with the people of your organization.
You know, I think a reoccurring theme is people in the car business, and it's all about the people, right? There's a lot of Kia stores, a lot of Honda stores, so on and so forth. And what makes them truly unique is the people. So at the Rohrman Automotive Group, we have just over 1,300 amazing people, and they're great. You love them, and you know we do stuff for them, and we go back and forth, right? And we try to support them through Rohrman Restored, Rohrman Impact, so many different things that we do to create that culture and the team that makes us unique inside of the auto industry. And I have two great people with me today. Nick's been with me, man, I don't know, long time, 2008. When I first met Nick, he was a service manager at our Nissan store. And so Nick oversees all our parts and service operations in the Chicago market. And Ricky's been with us for a long time as well. Like, Ricky, this beautiful store is your baby now. And your journey to here has been interesting, whether it's been in you know that the building you're originally in was the largest Chevy store in the country back in like the 80s. And it was not remodeled. So it was not as nice in the early 2000s. And then we upgraded him to trailers that he worked in for about 11 months. But you know what? We're a patient man, more patient than I am. And now you heard it's beautiful store. And we're celebrating your success and the success of the store tonight. So it's all about people. Yeah.
Yeah. Congratulations to you and the organization. Ricky, congratulations to you, general manager at the beautiful new Kia. Is this the largest in the country?
This is actually the image. The new image is the largest in Illinois. It's second largest in Central.
Well, but just by a hair.
I understand. I think it's like 2 feet. It's very small. It has a green space. Yeah.
Or whatever that was. Yeah.
And Nick Ruffolo, you've had a whole lot now going on fixed operations, and now you've got this amazing Kia facility here as well.
Couldn't wait to move into it. From the construction process, from when we broke ground to the day we put our first car in the showroom. Watching the technicians and the sales staff and the people that work at the store just at wow when they walked in. And we do it for the people, for our customers and for our employees. Happy employees come to work, create happy visits to the store, and our customers are having a good time too. So it's all about the people here.
Got some great visitors here with us today. Ed Roberts is here from Bozard Ford Lincoln in St. Augustine, Florida. Ed, great leader of people as well. What are some of the first things that come to your mind as you come to the dealership today here in Schaumburg?
Well, beautiful facility, so congratulations on that. But Ryan said it just a moment ago. He says, we have 1,300 people, and we love our people. And love is not a one-way street. Love is a two-way street. So when you love your people, they love you back. And they love you back, then it makes that vision come to life that we all push towards and create that image that will allow our customers to experience from authentic.
And Brad Kramer on the people.
Well, I'll tell you what I noticed today is everybody around here was extremely excited. And it's hard not to be excited when you're living in a facility like this. But the other thing, some of these conversations that I thought was pretty interesting, and I think it's some of those things that goes unnoticed, is what you've done with like data, technology, removing out friction that you don't see. And it's an intangible that skyrockets the flywheel of retention where you can remove brain damage and unnecessary friction from the employees. I think that's a huge piece.
Go ahead. I don't know. I love that. And we've had some cool conversations too. And we talk about CX all the time, right? But it's almost always geared towards the customer. And I think it's great. I mean, we cannot lose focus on that. I mean, it's about the customer, but it's about our people too. It is almost impossible, I believe, to get good CSI scores if your people aren't loving what they do. And that's our job. We need to create whether it's through innovation, technology, experiences, whatever it is, we need to create this atmosphere where when the consumer and the employee meet, they're both having a good day. And we can't control all that, but man, whatever we can.
Which you're either controlling the exit.
Yes.
So like the delivery moment is ending on a high note because you're removing, just like Toyota lean methodology.
Yes.
You're removing all the air bubbles out of the brake lines. Right. Throughout the whole process. They go out there, it's that much shorter to go to the delivery bay. That's right. I just love everything about this.
Yes, exactly. I love it. So like, it's all important, right? Like there's not something that is more or less, because it's like baking a cake, right? You take an ingredient out, it's not good. But when you do it the right way, it's fantastic. And that's the goal. That's what we're trying to do.
Ryan, a quick story of how we got here today. About 2 years ago, David Reinicke from Automotive Warranty Network, who's here with us on the panel, I asked David, I said, David, what are some of the best stores in the country that we can ask to host a pop-up event? He said, well, Rohrman Automotive Group, okay, I know them very well. He said they have a new Honda facility, and last year you hosted us there. Yeah. Nick was very gracious in leading that, and Nick said, hey, wait a second. We have another major facility coming up with Kia. David, kudos to you on making all this happen behind the scenes.
No problem. I'm just the facilitator, but no, I recommended Rohrman because your culture matches our culture. So our people are the most important thing to us. So make our business. I was actually reading a quote from you on LinkedIn the other day. Treat your people like your business depends on it, because it does. Yes, and that's absolutely 100% true. Our people are assets, but they're also our family. I mean, it sounds really cliche to say, and I know you're not supposed to say your employees are your family, but our employees are our family. I spend more time with our employees than I do my own children. So we want to treat them like family. We offer great benefits. You take care of our employees just like you guys do. So naturally, it crossed over to your group because our cultures just match, and I think that's why we're such great partners in the industry. So agree. Yeah.
And Ryan, Sarah and I couldn't help but notice, I think in the last day or two on social media, post that you put out there about one of the top work places I work for. If you don't mind, tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah. So, I love the awards that are employee driven. And so we won that award, USA Today's top workplaces to work for, our second year in a row. And you can't really fluff that one. Like that is, there's fluffable thing. If you want trophies on your wall, you can get them. But like that's one that is fully just employee driven. So
I've seen people try to game that. It doesn't go well.
It doesn't work well. Yeah, it should work well. Yeah. So that it's cool. It just means what we're doing is working. I mean, we want to win more, but at the same time, it'll only happen when all 1,300 of those folks feel like they can answer those questions in a truthful way that hopefully it's a result that we're all happy with. And so, yeah, we got it second year in a row. So it's a good one. Yeah.
Ted, it's so exciting to be here today with this incredible group. And I can't help but notice that all of these conversations really center around fixed operations and Berryville working together for an incredible customer experience.
You've put a lot of those elements in place here at your automotive group at Rohrman. Brian, talk to us a little bit about that, because we see a blend now of fixed operations and variable. It's kind of all coming together, and it's visible here at Schaumburg Kia in just the way that you designed everything and the way your people work together.
It's really interesting. I love the history of the car business. Like I find it very fascinating. Like even down to the first franchise dealer was in like the 1930s. There's dealers before that, but the actual first franchise dealer, it's not that long ago if you actually think about it. And so my grandfather started off with Toyota in 1968. So that was our first franchise. It's the oldest Toyota franchise in the state of Indiana, actually, to this day. But all we cared about was selling cars. That's all we did. It was sell cars, sell cars, sell cars. It was not service. And we missed that as an industry. That came later, unfortunately, because now, one thing, independents are great, but at the end of the day, I want my customers to experience this, right? And so, how can I do that over and over and over again? And we know there's certain things we can't be, right? Like we can't be at every corner all the time. We just can't. You know, we're a manufacturer. We're limited to how many buildings we can have. Now with things like mobile, where you're killing it, you know,
50 mobile.
I can't even speak into that. I know your numbers because I've seen them and they're amazing. But there's things that we can do, right? And there's also facilities that we can build where it just makes it seamless. And it's so important to us as part of our DNA. Like another stat that just blows my mind. 70% of cars on the road today service at Independence. That almost keeps me up at night times. That means like even as we grow our CPRO counts and whatnot, we're really servicing 30%. Man, I talked to things like, how can we get 10% more? 10% more of 70%? Oh my word. I mean, that is massive. That is not as
What you're doing right now.
it is. It's yes, right. And so it's like, how can we get some of that? You know, and buildings do not sell and service more cars, or man, they help, right? And so the fluidity of how you can get in, and I think time is huge, right? Like we need to be efficient, we need to be fast.
But even now, your technicians have new tools, new bays, state-of-the-art facilities, everything.
State of the art, you know, because we know that, like, again, the technology side of things, it does make things faster, you know. So we provide state of the art lifts and tools and, you know, even temperate places to work. One of my first jobs in automotive, I changed oil for 2 years at a Texaco gas station. Yeah. And it's amazing. I hated it. Well, I was this. I loved it and hated it at the same time. It was in northern Wisconsin. Okay. And the lifts that we used, they were the drive-on lifts. And so in the wintertime, the slush that would melt off the car, it would hit where the tires would sit. And so you'd be under the car, you know, doing stuff, and it'd be like a bomb going off underneath the car. And I just remember I was thinking to myself, what am I doing right now? And then the buzzer would go off, meaning I had someone at the till. You have to run out.
Texaco.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think that we've come a long way, but there's still a lot of those Texaco stations out there. And I can just tell you, like, the consumer experience, it cannot compare to what we provide here, and it matters. And so that's what we want to consistently, you know, drive.
Yeah, great story. That's a great story. Great leaders in this industry, and everybody on this panel is an innovator. Okay, and different parts of creating the customer experience. And Ryan, what an exciting time to be in the auto industry.
This is an exciting time, not just because today, but I mean, there is so much happening. I mean, we've had conversations about what you're doing. We've had conversations about what you're doing. I mean, it's how you're supporting us inside of our service, the fixed ops side. I mean, it's exciting. The opportunity is endless. It's just a matter of what do you want to do, how you want to get there, and then like, can you actually do it? You know, at the end of the day. So it's fun.
Excellent. I'm Ted Ings. I'm here with Sarah Van Tine, and we are here at Schaumburg Kia at the Rohrman Automotive Group with leaders who are challenging the industry. We're going to be right back.
The business model of Automotive Warranty Network has always been to provide the very best service we can to automotive dealerships. We believe very much in partnerships, so we partner with dealerships to help them process their warranty repair orders the best they can, but also stay compliant with a manufacturer policy and procedure.
Dealerships, some of them don't understand the importance of the supporting documentation. The repairs are performed, manufacturer's going to come in and audit them. That supporting documentation needs to stand up in an audit. If not, those monies will be charged back to the dealership. So important thing that our team provides the dealerships is the information where the supporting documentation does not support the repairs performed, where they could lose those monies in an audit.
Audits are not scary. Audits are actually fantastic learning experiences. I am a big proponent for audits. I am not perfect. I do not think anybody is perfect. AI isn't even perfect. It is such a learning experience, and manufacturers are looking for things differently every year, and it keeps us on our toes. Then I know that I could take that information that I gather and provide it to my other dealerships and say, hey, we need to stay on top of these things.
We offer full warranty administration services from beginning to end, from reviewing technician comments and punch times, looking up and applying labor operations and times in the DMS, and transmitting to the manufacturer for payment. We then follow up on claims daily and account for any differences in payment.
SWAT stands for Specialized Warranty Assistance Team. We provide coverage for admins who could be taking vacation, if there's family medical leave, bereavement, sick time. So we provide coverage so that there's no hiccup between the admin being out and the dealer having their work processed.
We developed an application called CARS, which stands for Claim Accountability and Reporting System, which is a reporting tool that we use to help dealerships improve in their processes. So it's a tool that we use to identify how frequently compliance issues are happening in a dealership, and we can tell dealerships how frequently those problems are happening, which of their staff members is happening with. And then we also offer training to help educate those particular staff members on the types of issues that they're having and help them improve.
I think the biggest thing I love about this company is the owners, David and Jamie. They care about us. They encourage us to do training. They encourage us to make sure that we're master certified in our car lines.
When I started with AWN, we had 30 employees and about 167 clients. Currently, year to date, we're at 1,500 clients and 340 employees and growing. It's pretty amazing. The people that are with us, our clients, we love them. It's a pretty amazing place to be right now.
Want to grow your parts and accessories business online? Here are 10 steps to e-commerce success, powered by SimplePart. Step 1. Take your parts counter online. SimplePart builds mobile-friendly, branded e-commerce sites that look good and sell fast. Step 2. Build it on real data. SimplePart stores are built on VIN-specific OEM catalog data, so your customers can shop with confidence. Step 3. Help your customers find you. Our SEO team helps make sure your site shows up when shoppers search and help them find exactly what they need. Step 4. Power up your SEM. SimplePart's expert team helps you build and manage campaigns that actually drive results. From keywords to conversions, we've got you covered. Step 5. Keep checkout friction-free. Fast, secure payments. No confusion. No cart abandonment. Step 6. Give them options. Ship it or pick it up in store. SimplePart supports the fulfillment methods your customers prefer. Step 7. Drive traffic. We'll help you launch campaigns, digital ads, and promotions that get parts flying off the shelf. Step 8. Know what's working. Track orders, conversions, and revenue with real-time reporting and dashboards. Step 9. Talk to humans who get it. Our support team speaks fluent automotive, and we're here whenever you need us. And Step 10. Keep growing. Add accessories and lifestyle products. Connect more stores, run targeted promos, increase your ad spend, and turn your parts store into a revenue engine. 10 steps, one partner, from search to ship. SimplePart makes parts e-commerce simple. SimplePart, powering parts and accessories success for OEMs and dealers. Find out more at www.infomedia.com.au.
Please welcome the CEO of DriveCentric, unveiling a unified CRM built for both sales and fixed ops. Pay attention. This is where it's going.
back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Van Tyne here with Ted Ings. Today we have the DriveCentric panel. And Ted, DriveCentric is innovating the ways that dealerships can have connected CRMs for sales and service.
You're so right, Sarah. It's a great honor to welcome the CEO of DriveCentric, Matt Leone. Matt, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Great. Thanks, Ted. It's great to be here.
So much happening in our industry right now. Sarah, you and I are witnessing it, and very honored to have you, Matt, and appreciate you being here. Want to talk to you a little bit today about some of the things that DriveCentric is doing and has coming as well, because it's very exciting. And Sarah, I know you've got some questions as well. So
I do, Ted. And Matt, just to kick things off, for a long time, CRM in automotive has mostly been a sales tool. So why is it so important to extend that same system into service?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Sarah. And I don't think it's just in automotive. I think the CRM category, for whatever region's been pigeonholed as a tool for a salesperson to put tasks and workflow on them, to ensure they're doing their job, to follow up on leads, to prospect, and then a reporting layer to make sure that their managers are holding them accountable. And that's outside of auto or in auto, right? Salesforce, Microsoft, Siebel, all the tools that are out there. And then within the auto space, they all kind of pigeonholed it in this area, and they forgot the most important part of a CRM. It's in the title, the C, the customer. And the customer in the auto world lives in F&I, in the cashier's area, in parts, in sales and new and used. So why isn't fixed operations part of the equation of what a CRM should manage, which is there's leads, there's the customer, and everything needs to be centralized in a customer platform where you can identify who this customer is and not have a different experience in the front of the house or the back of the house. It makes no sense. So DriveCentric looks at it as it's a customer, and we're an engagement platform at the heart of where we always started. And so being an engagement platform, engaging with customers, we want that customer experience to be as rock solid as possible. And so we're going to connect as many departments within a dealership as possible into one unified process and system. And that's our primary goal of what a true CRM should be. And it's just evolving the category of the CRM and advancing it to being what it meant to be in the original going back in time days.
So Matt, I guess what we're talking about here is moving the dealership forward with one unified system that allows us to engage with the customer without silos, one dealership, which is what the customer recognizes us as, not separate departments.
For sure. If you put yourself in the customer's shoes and you think about yourself as a customer, I go into an airline or a hotel and I check in. They're like, "Hey, Mr. Leone, thank you for being a platinum member. I know you like the king bed. Why isn't that experience the same when I walk into a dealership? Hey, I know you've serviced with me 16 times. You own 3 cars from me. Why can't I connect those dots?" We should be able to. It's 2026, and so DriveCentric is very focused on engagement. And in our world, in my sort of ideal world. And if I look outside of auto, there's a general ledger, an accounting system. Whether you're outside auto, it's SAP or Oracle or Microsoft. And then you have an engagement platform that wraps around it that focuses on the customer. And you have 2 fundamentally important platforms you run in your dealership. One that controls the financials and the books, the compliance. That's your general ledger. And another one that focuses purely on engagement. And we have to rethink the idea of a CRM is just for your sales team. It's not. It's to manage your customer. And if the customer and the engagement is the heart of what you're focused on, it's your sole focus, then your R&D dollars are going in the right area. And your R&D dollars and your product are focused on that customer experience. And that's really where DriveCentric is very focused right now.
Matt, I'm sorry, Sarah, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Ted.
Just a follow-up for myself, from what you just said, from an operational standpoint, what gets better when sales and service are working from one connected system?
Yeah, it goes back to the heart of that customer. The customer experience gets better, which leads to better retention, better loyalty, and higher gross profit because now you're getting repeat service. But the customer is number one key here. And if you can connect departments from sales to F&I to service, have a full closed loop process to be able to say this is a customer no matter where they're at. If they're issuing a payment in ROs or they're issuing a payment in a deposit, if they are coming in for a recall, they're coming in for a repair order, an oil change or a tire, it doesn't matter. they're a customer. And so that gets better, which leads to better retention, which leads to better gross profit. It's also a great experience for your employees. Your employees like to have this data and visibility, one customer record, and not have to, maybe your service or your parts department is off site, off the lot. Maybe it's, a half a block away. I don't have the time to go talk to these people, but if I had a system, mobile system, my phone, my tablet, and I could see a unified customer record. Oh, they bought this car, they leased it. Hey, they came in for service last week, they were unhappy. I can pick that right up wherever it was in that journey. So now you have happier employees, you have happier customers, you have a better process because you have centralized data. And then what you can do with that, once I have that centralized data and full view of that customer, now I can empower some intelligence AI, and I could be able to kind of leverage AI in a much smarter, intelligent way than really anything a dealership has today, because I truly now have a fully complete view of that customer and have one voice talking to them, whether a human voice or an agentic voice. It can all be bundled together. So those are the three kind of things I see that are the benefits of connecting these two dots: better customer experience, happier, engaged employees, and smarter intelligence for powering the future of where I think the tech industry is headed.
Matt, I'm so glad that you brought the employee experience into the equation, because you're so right that fragmentation that happens when you have disconnected systems, that's a real a real struggle for employees when they're picking up the phone or they're texting and they're attempting to contact a customer, and let's say that phone number has been updated, or they had a bad experience or are currently having a bad experience, and they're frustrated and another department isn't aware of what some of those communications to another department are. It just, from the customer standpoint, it seems like the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. And so I'm curious, from the customer standpoint and what you've built with DriveCentric, what traditionally has been breaking when sales and service are disconnected, and how is DriveCentric solving those pain points?
Well, you introduced one other thing, which is, fragmentation is definitely the enemy. It's the enemy of all operational efficiency. And if you can eliminate fragmentation and that handoff, you do find the ability to connect a lot of dots. Lifetime value of a customer, total gross profit of a customer, the ability to talk to a customer in their terms, because they don't look at a dealership in one lens. It's a dealership. They don't look at it as parts department over here, a service department over here, a used car over here. They're just looking at it as, I'm a customer, you're a dealership, you might belong to a group, and I might associate you to the group or the dealership. But in the dealership, they look at it as separate P&Ls, as separate departments, and thou shalt not talk to each other. And that causes frustration with the customer. That causes frustration with me as a consumer. I don't want that experience. And so to provide a full customer record, a full customer card, which DriveCentric really pioneered this idea of a customer card and engagement platform. Everything's on there. Every text, every email, every communication, every lead that's associated to that person and their entire thing. And then we summarize it and say, hey, if you don't want to read this lengthy customer card, here's a quick summary of who this person is and everything that's happened to them. Allows for a better customer experience, and then eliminates this sort of lost opportunity, which I call leakage between departments. And if for dealers are struggling with, gross profit right now, margin pressure, the two ways to fix gross profit and fix margin pressure are eliminate the tech stack by consolidating around one singular customer record. Okay. And then the second thing is stop the leakage. And if you can stop the leakage by connecting systems, now you have the ability to really go after unique opportunities that might not have been visible to you before, and really drive better retention with those customers. And that's at the heart of what we're doing. Fragmentation, definitely the enemy.
Matt, I know a lot of folks in the audience who are very familiar with DriveCentric may be watching this today and say, whoa, here is DriveCentric on the Fixed Ops Roundtable talking about fixed operations. Yeah. We've known DriveCentric in the variable side of the business, but it seems you're putting it all together. Talk to us a little bit about that, because obviously all of this makes sense, and to treat the dealership as one.
I look at DriveCentric as 4 fundamental platforms, consolidated into an engagement platform. So at the heart of it, if you think of an engagement platform, what does that make up? Well, at one end, It is traditional CRM. I got to be able to manage leads. The service advisor has leads. Somebody's looking to do a repair order, that's a lead. And if they don't complete the repair order, then you have an abandoned shopper or a follow-up, which is also a lead. Just like new and used cars have leads that are flowing in, and maybe they didn't buy and I got to follow up with them, or it's a lease expiring, I got to follow up with them. And you know who else has leads? F&I managers. F&I managers are your huge profit center, and yet the same thing happens. There's a lead, I need to know about this, and then there's a bandit. I didn't buy it at the time. Why can't I connect? If you are coming in for a tire repair and you didn't buy the tire coverage, that should be just something very rudimentary. And guess what? For years, DriveCentric has sat on this data. We have every DMS RO data real time connected through an API or connected certified. We have all the F&I data, meaning we know they bought an extended warranty or they bought something. We know their entire purchase history. Well, just connect it. We already have it on a centralized customer card, but allow the service advisor to log on to DriveCentric and see the same experience that a salesperson sees. Have it on a mobile device. Have it be able to provide them our AI and our Genius products. Have them be able to use our video and do a walk around and walk and talk to them. Put them in a live room, which is a native feature of ours, and say, hey, if you want to just talk to me in a live room, it's a private conversation. Hey, I need to exchange payment with you. We announced our partnership with Dealer Pay. Great, I can exchange payment information with you. It's all one connected platform already. We just want to be able to roll this out with, okay, when we get into fixed operations, it's a whole complex additional world. And so when we're rolling this out, what will happen day one, which is available, Service Engagement Hub, you basically log on, you're going to get the same lead management system that the sales team, I hope, has enjoyed and loved for the last 15 years. They're going to get all the same features: native ability to do video, native ability to do a live room, native ability to be able to kind of text and communicate and see it all in one central card. Same with the F&I manager. They should all be, if you're logging on and talking to a customer, you should be in DriveCentric. Now, as we expand into fixed operations, now you're starting to talk about multi-point inspections. You're starting to talk about parts departments. You're starting to talk about all sorts of other things that have to be expanded into. So what we look to say is, when we start this journey, it's going to be for the primary purpose of lead management and follow-up. That gives you customer loyalty, retention. It drives great things for your dealership and connects a lot of things in one unified card. Then we can either through partners or through our native build expand out all the other world that is out there in fixed operations that will likely have to be expanded out into. But we're super excited to be here with you today and also talking, not just variable, but fixed operations.
Man, this is very, very exciting. I have one more question, if you don't mind.
Please.
Why do you think this matters more for dealerships right now? Here we are in the middle of the second quarter, 2026, than it did even just a few years ago.
Sarah said something earlier: fragmentation's the enemy, and margin pressure is real. And I know dealerships are struggling with this idea of, it's an interesting time right now because you have fixed variable is a tough market right now. It's coming off of a year ago comps, and you're saying to yourself, MSRPs are incredibly high. I still don't have the right inventory mix. People are holding on to cars longer, so I'm not getting the used car inventory. It's more competitive at auctions to go get and secure those. Where am I going to close this gap? Well, it's in F&I, it's in fixed operations. And how do you drive a better fixed operations experience? Instead of allowing consumers to defect to an independent, you've got to focus on that customer sort of lead management process. And you've got to close the gap between sales into service and be able to say, hey, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about this customer. Today we have fragmentation. I log on to this system in sales, yes, and I log on to that system in fixed operations. And this system in fixed operations is an operations tool. It's not even a customer facing tool. So it's like, now I've purposely separated these. Maybe it's structurally in your facility structured separately, but system-wise, you've caused chaos. Creating one platform to connect F&I service and fixed operations is where we're heading. It's because your dealerships are going to need to do this because customers are demanding it. As a consumer, I want this in my own personal life, right? If I go to my dealership and I'm expecting service, I'm not really expecting white glove super treatment. I just want you to know the basics. Don't let me put in my email 3 times. Don't let me not know who I am and I've been here 15 times. But what I would say is most important, and Sarah, you touched on this a minute ago, is not just fragmentation, but think about the dealerships in 2026 dealing with fraud, compliance, and issues. If I opted out, or if I have some sort of, complaint on one department and you as a dealership can't connect the dots, shame on you, dealership, right? Like, so we look at it as, it also eliminates a lot of that concern, I think, that's bubbling up in the ecosystem right now about how do I deal with this opt-in, opt-out, compliance, fraud protection. Boy, if we can connect credit card payment through a secure portal, driver's license information through a secure portal, opt in and out, have that, understand if somebody moved or no longer owns that vehicle, all centralized in one customer card. Now you can start to feel much more comfortable with what you're doing and not deal with these fragmented systems with all doing their own thing with their own voice and data flying everywhere. So that's why now it's kind of really important for dealerships to stay focused on this.
Matt, it's so exciting to hear all of the innovation that DriveCentric is bringing to the marketplace. And for our dealer audience that's listening to this and thinking, my store, my group is ready for this level of communication, this level of hospitality as I approach my customers and our best practices. What's the best first step to get started?
It's a great question. I think there's an internal step and then an external step. Let me describe the internal step.
Okay.
When I sit down with a dealership, I truly understand their tech stack. What are all the systems you're using? I think understanding what all the systems are and what are you trying to eliminate and what do you want to try to keep? Tech consolidation is a step in this process. Like I mentioned before, in variable and in fixed, there's lots of cursory tools. Let me start with variable. I might have a chat tool, digital retailing tool, a website tool. I'm going to have a CRM tool. I'm going to have maybe an AI bolt-on. I'm going to have a telephony system. There's a plethora of tech that's in sales and marketing for new and used cars. And that's not to mention, I have my trade books. I have my appraisal tools. It's just a lot. Go over to fixed. It's even more, right? I have my inspection when I pull in. I have my tires. I have my parts. I have everything over here. What do I need to replace and what's staying? And understanding that and saying, okay, I've got my tech landscape figured out to explore what I want to do. And then you say to yourself, okay, what do I want to connect? And hopefully the answer is a customer and a customer card. And I want to be able to connect this unified customer card. Then you could start to say, raise your hand, hey, can I get a demo of DriveCentric? And say, here's what I'm looking for. Can you replace these items? And if you can't replace these items, can you partner or integrate with these companies? We've introduced our partner hub. I'm happy to integrate with any partner out there that's willing to integrate with DriveCentric and say, okay, this fits what I'm looking to do within my dealership, because we can connect the customer card. The question is, can we connect to every one of your external and internal tools that need to make sure your operations runs clean? Because the last thing we want to do is cause operational issues within a dealership. We want to make sure the dealership experience is amazingly awesome. We just want to improve it. And so step one, internal, do your tech. Then step two, ask for a demo, and we'll walk you through, here's what it is, and look through your tech stack and see where we need to integrate or partner with to close any gaps.
Sarah, I think we're going to need to take Matt on the road with us.
Absolutely, Ted. Matt, it's exciting to hear all of these pieces. And again, it'll be great to have you in person to also talk with some of our dealers about all the success you're having.
Great. I'm looking forward to it. And, I'm looking forward to being with you guys on the road this summer and showcasing this live and in stores, because I know the market's been asking for this for a while. Can you connect my departments? Can you connect my customer? And I think DriveCentric, because we're known as the engagement platform, I think is going to be a real big, push this summer to be able to showcase this in production, in stores, with really good, solid results.
Everybody, DriveCentric is the engagement platform. Matt Leone, CEO of DriveCentric. Thank you so much for all you're doing for the industry. Welcome to Fixed Operations, and a great honor to have you and DriveCentric with us here today.
Thank you, Ted. My honor.
Everybody, visit DriveCentric on the web, drivecentric.com. Matt Leone from DriveCentric here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
PayJunction, we believe you deserve the freedom to choose a better integrated payment processor, one that works seamlessly with your browser-based dealer management system, gives you access to smart surcharge, and simplifies reconciliation, so your team spends less time managing payments and more time selling and servicing vehicles. Meet PayJunction's Smart Surcharge, an integrated, compliant surcharging solution built to help protect CSI scores without friction at the point of sale. For dealerships, that can mean savings of up to $130,000 annually per rooftop. With PayJunction, there's simple, effortless control. No separate portals, no extra logins, just powerful tools like text to pay, cards on file, and smart surcharge, all in one place. Plus, customized reporting that gives you clarity, not complexity. Payments shouldn't just work, they should come with a partner you can trust. We provide live US-based customer support, which can be reached in 60 seconds or less on average, free PCI tools, and have no exit fees or long-term contracts. Trusted by dealers who value transparency, flexibility, and control. PayJunction, payment solutions designed for dealerships.
We're going full throttle with the guys who know how to move metal and momentum. Dennis McGinn and Josh DeYoung from Rapid Recon.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. The big names in Recon are here. Dennis McGinn and Josh DeYoung with Rapid Recon. Dennis and Josh, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted.
Glad to be back, Ted. Thank you so much.
Gentlemen, an exciting space to be. Josh, you and I and Dennis were chatting in the green room. It seems like so much right now is focused on the Recon space. So much in our industry. It's an awareness that seems to have happened overnight, yet I know it's taken many, many years. But Josh, I know you see it directly with the stuff that you and Dennis are working on.
Yeah, I mean, I think the focus is higher than it's ever been. The dealer groups and dealers that you probably haven't heard from very much are really getting more interested in understanding the space and understanding where they can help themselves. And bottlenecks and understanding where those bottlenecks are really the challenges that most people are having. And we say this a lot, and Dennis and you have heard this, Ted. The reality is if you don't have a piece of technology verifying it, right, and putting it in front of you, it's kind of hard to know that it's there, right? And that's what we do, and that's what we do really, really well. And so it's a hot topic, like you said, and there's a lot of buzz.
And Dennis, you've talked about it for a long time. It's the biggest opportunity, and it's better visibility for the general manager. I'm almost quoting you on that.
Yes.
Talk to us about that and the bottlenecks and finding them faster.
Oh, don't let me stop talking about it. Well, so I'm really lucky. I got into this Rapid Recon thing 15 years ago when everybody thought, hey, we don't have a problem reconditioning, and because they didn't want to face it. And here we are 15 years later, and everybody's got a problem with reconditioning, including the ones that are using Rapid Recon, because it's easy for them to kind of just get into their routine and forget about the fact that they only got part way there. And so I see a huge opportunity and great frustration at the GM level because their job is almost impossible anyway. I mean, you got to hand it to these guys that survive as general managers who are they can't decide between following up with what their bosses want them to do, their groups, their OEMs, their wife, their girlfriend, and their reconditioning and how to make decent amount of money in this economic situation. And no question about it. So it's softening up again. Q1 of this year is just came out. It's continuing to be soft.
And I keep circling back around to the greatest frustrations that I actually see. I hear it, but they don't like to complain about it. Nobody likes to complain in this industry about things that they can't get done. It's just the nature of everything. And the GMs are put in this situation of trying to balance and optimize things. During a whole week, they can't do everything. They just can't do it. So they got a lot of data. Everybody's got something new. It's got AI attached to it. They got a lot of reports. And bless the few of them that get around to building a gigantic spreadsheet to try and kind of bring some of the problems to the top that then they can go and tell somebody to fix it or to do something. So that's kind of where I am. And I've got a lot of ideas that have come up from a lot of people, and we can get into it here in a little bit. But I think there's some new things that are going on that are really going to help this take some pressure out of the situation and actually maybe give GMs a little bit more headroom because they need it.
And Josh, we have to give credit where credit is due. Dennis McGinn saw this early. He had great vision on the need for Recon and realizing that it was a problem and that people were not owing up to it. And look at all the opportunity it's created. And Dennis, single-handedly, I think, got the whole revolution started. And so here we are today. And Josh, what are you seeing? What challenges, like Dennis said, things changing in the industry, things tightening up. What challenges, Josh, are dealers facing today that you see out there?
I think that, complacency can be a challenge, right? Like Dennis said, some dealers have rapid recon and still have a challenge in reconditioning. We've never been the company that says, hey, listen, if you do business with rapid recon, we're going to, make you turn a wrench quicker, right? What we are going to do is we're going to identify, that the wrench is not being turned quicker. And then we can put some processes in place to help, alleviate some of that pressure. But I think complacency can be tough. Maybe not just complacency. At the end of the day, general managers, used car directors, fixed op directors, they're trying to put out the hottest fire in front of them, right? And I think sometimes, that can turn into complacency. But the reality is they got a lot of things to juggle. And, sometimes reconditioning and the challenges in reconditioning can kind of get put in the back seat. So that's kind of where we're at today.
And Dennis, the points that you just made a few moments ago, the GMs are buried in data. Data is important, but it's short on actionable insights. And that's the key right there. I think taking action, and a lot of these bottlenecks are discovered too late. And you're really able to help them with that as part of what you do at
Yes.
Rapid Recon, you and Josh.
Yeah, I think Rapid is certainly a tool out there, but it doesn't. The GMs have all delegated the reconditioning activity and to other people. I mean, and then it's out of sight, out of mind, right? We still give them all the reports that are now laid along the other reports they get from the DMS and from their inventory systems and things like that, and but then they're off troubleshooting because they're the buck stops here. So, I get confused one day. I ask them and they think their job is to be there for anything that somebody else can't handle. I mean, literally. And because that's what they've done. They've grown up to be troubleshooters. And so what I say is they don't, the strategy is to make more money and keep your people happy, right? Your customers keep, customer satisfaction, and there's always a lot of employee turnover. I mean, it just is, always is. So they've got to not only kind of figure out how am I going to continue to tune this ship that they're steering, but they've got to keep it stocked with good people. They always have a couple of high performers that are always, needing to sell more cars to make the money, make the month. And then there are always problems that are juggling all over the place. So I guess that the big downfall I'm seeing today is the distance between a GM's ability to to delegate things effectively. And I don't mean just walking up to somebody and having a conversation and saying, "Hey, Joe, go do this and let me know when it's done." You now need, just like in reconditioning, when we started this, everybody said, "Oh, I don't have a problem." Well, they used to think they didn't have a problem with delegating and getting actionable, getting execution going, but they do. They all do now because their jobs have grown into a data sieve trying to figure things out or have people write reports for them or things so they can go back to execution. So I'm all fired up about the next opportunity for GMs is to have a life. In other words, to be able to execute and delegate and know that it's getting done without everybody running around having meetings.
So, Josh, you're meeting with a lot of dealers. You're on the road. I know that all the time. How do we meet a lot of these challenges that you gentlemen are mentioning? That word visibility, clearer visibility, keeps coming up, and accountability keeps coming up as well.
You know, the difference between knowing what to do and doing it is called execution, right? And so I think that, you know, ultimately it's tough pill to swallow, but you got to admit that there's a problem initially. Because if you don't admit that there's a problem, I don't care how good you think you are or how good you are, you're not going to want to fix something that you don't think is broken. And it's tough, especially if you don't think that fire is that very hot. We talked about that earlier, but I think that's a start. And I think once you start to get the metrics and the data in front of you, I think that's when you can start to put some action items behind it. But it takes some time, right? This isn't something that's a silver bullet. This isn't something that's going to give you 30 days of data and then you can make long-term or even short-term decisions based on 30 days. So I think it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And that's tough. That's tough also, right? I mean, we live in a world where it's day to day and right now. And if you don't believe me, you know, ask my wife, right? It's called Amazon and we get things same day. So that's just the way we operate as an organization of people, right? It's not just the auto industry. So I think we have to look at what's in front of us, and we have to make data driven decisions based on the information that's in front of us. And I think that there's a piece of technology that can do that, and it's called Rapid Recon. So.
And Josh, you're so right. Amazon, I think, has spoiled all of us as consumers, but it's expected now, right away. And Rapid has the platform that allows dealers to be able to do this and to be able to execute, as you mentioned. Dennis, what are you seeing out there as well?
Well, yeah. So yes, and from the Rapid Recon side of things, I think there is an enormous opportunity to get back to basics because we provided all the reporting needed to know what the heck's going on. It's all there. But when you've got so many other things that are going on that you're troubleshooting, you tend to let somebody else worry about it. And we know that the profit per vehicle for used cars is a big factor. I mean, the whole system is geared towards getting turns on good used cars. So I think it's time for and through your support and fixed ops roundtable, for us to basically yell at some of these folks saying, wait a minute, you got too many things on your plate. So you got to narrow it down to a couple things that you can actually do to execute on. Well, go back to the basics. Do you know exactly what your metrics are telling you from your reconditioning? We give them to you. And is that more important than something else? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You got to sell cars and you got to be profitable. But if your reconditioning's not in place to be able to execute, get the cars, get them to the front line, get them standing tall and all that, you're going to lose that opportunity too. So I think these guys need some headroom, and focusing back on the basics in reconditioning is really up there in my opinion.
I like that. Going back to the basics, and John, rapid recon positively impacts the bottom line with a lot of things that we're talking about here. Profitability, efficiency, and most of all, improves the decision making, right? So that we can make those decisions and stay competitive.
Yeah, and yeah, I mentioned something a minute ago, just in passing, but I think the newer technology is both mind-boggling and an opportunity. And it's not an opportunity for general managers to understand how it works. I think the opportunity is for them to have something they can use that pulls all that analysis together without them having to uh, have it come from corporate building a report, and so that they can decide what are the priorities here, and to kind of put the troubleshooting aside for half a day anyway, and start thinking about the execution again. And reconditioning was there. We did that. We understand it. We understand its limits too. I mean, I will tell you, I look at the group reporting and see how in the big groups where we have, hundreds of rapid recon users, it's all there in black and white. I can see that a percentage, 20 or 25% of these folks are on top of it. They know their numbers. They're continuing to improve. They have the right processes in place. The rest of them are all kind of just getting by. And if they spent the time to get back to basics and tune their processes like the best ones, they would make a lot more money and they'd have fewer headaches. I mean, at the end of the day, what you have to sell cars, and you got to have them to sell, and you've got to stay ahead of your plan. You've got to be on your plan and not let it all happen on the last day of the month. So that's my sense. I think there's great things out there to help them. Rapid is certainly one. I think this other thing I mentioned a minute ago is another one that can help the GMs with lots of things that go across their bow every day, of which reconditioning is one.
Josh, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Dennis hit a nail on the head. Like, we've got to get back to the basics on a lot of things, and it's just like anything. You got to block and tackle sometimes, right? You can't run the trick plays all the time, and that takes patience. And again, we have very little. So, I think that there's a lot of room for improvement, and there's a lot of things that we can gather and look at and make decisions on, and that will help everybody.
And Josh, it also speaks to the consistency, right? I mean, the blocking and tackling, the basics you gentlemen are mentioning, that's consistency, right? And that's, I think, one of the most important disciplines in all of life, even in, your personal life, is to have that consistency. And that's really what reconditioning takes, is having that consistency. And Rapid helps provide that as well for the dealers.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I think that consistency is key, and repetition is key, right? Repetition is the mother of skill, right? And you do something over and over again, and you know what good looks like, right? You want to continue to do it. It's no different, you said, in your personal life, right? If you want to lose weight and you don't see a lot of results in the beginning, but you're consistent, right? You get up, you go to the gym. It's not going to happen overnight. I think that if you stay consistent, you'll see results. And that's, same thing with reconditioning.
Gentlemen, if I could do a lightning round with both of you, Dennis first and then Josh to kind of bring it home. Here we are in the middle of the second quarter. We're still second week or so in May. Biggest opportunities for general managers, those who are watching the session right now in reconditioning. We've talked about better visibility. Your thoughts as to what it's going to take between now and the balance of the year for the general managers watching this. Take about a minute each. I'll start with Dennis McGinn and then over to Josh DeYoung.
Sure. Thank you, Ted. Well, my whole world, ever since my HP days and things, have all rotated around workflows. Everything's a workflow. I learned that from the car business, really, from the things that Deming did after World War II, blah, blah. So, and at HP, we took that on and said, how are we going to make calculators and computers and things like that? And it's all a workflow. Everything that the GM does as some kind of workflow too. So F&I, new cars, used car sale, they're all different workflows. Well, how do you decide where to put your emphasis, or where do you ask your people to really do a better job delegating? Well, you gotta know it. Well, it's a real problem if you try and figure it out yourself. You got to use these tools, and like I mentioned, Rapid is certainly one. This certainly one where you can take multiple workflows now and start to let the AI do the heavy lifting for you. Let it do the data analysis, and then use tools like this to say, here's the execution things you need to focus on, and so that you don't have to try and do it all. I mean, I've seen some ghastly things that GMs have tried to do to figure out how to convert every incoming lead, opportunity, incoming call. How are we doing on that? Well, it's like a mind-bending thing to try and analyze all that information to see if your BDC is operating properly. Well, again, you got to have the right cars. You got to have them ready. They've got to be reconditioned. You got to have stuff to sell. But all this has a higher level now. We learned a lot from Rapid Recon about what it takes to get consistency in processes and continuous process improvement. Well, we're going to push this up to another level, of which Recon is definitely one, but a GM has other workflows to worry about. So I think there are things that are going to happen in the industry now. We're going to be part of that can give them some headroom, so they're not just fighting fires all week. And at the end of the week, not just saying, "Oh, I didn't get really anything done." I hear a lot of that.
Josh DeYoung, I'll give you the last word. Rapid Recon.
Yeah, I'd say the same thing we said earlier, right? Let's get back to the basics. Let's focus on consistency and accountability. If you're using our solution, thank you. That doesn't mean we stop there, right? If there's things that we need to look at, let's focus on it. Let's dive deeper. If you're not on our solution, let's say you're using nothing, or you're using another piece of software, we'd love to have a conversation with you, right? At the end of the day, the best software is the one that's being used. And that's, I feel very strongly about that. So if you want to have a conversation, don't hesitate to reach out to me. You can reach out to me via LinkedIn, or you can go to rapidrecon.com. I'd love to have a conversation with you and see how we can help.
All right, there we have it. Dennis McGinn and Josh DeYoung, thank you so much for all you do for the industry at Rapid Recon. Everybody could visit Rapid Recon on the web. You just heard it, rapidrecon.com, and great news, everybody. So Dennis and Josh, thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you, Ted.
Thank you, Ted. We appreciate it.
The leaders in Recon, everybody. Rapid Recon here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Everybody wants to be part of a bigger story. And to see something like this in such a big industry is a big accomplishment.
When I heard about Rapid Recon, I was like, man, that's ahead of its time.
Rapid Recon is the one software that unifies all the departments. You're going to go from chaos to organization.
The whole idea is to take 15 days average to get these cars ready to sell and take it down to 3 to 5.
It's live. You can log into Rapid Recon and see exactly where you are.
We're processing 2,500 cars a month. You need technology to make it more profitable.
And we know the pains that dealers are going through because we've lived it.
We get so much praise for our customer service, and it's because we genuinely care.
If you want to be as efficient as you possibly can, you absolutely should have Rapid Recon as your system.
We're changing this industry in a way that it's needed to change for a long time.
Create the ultimate lane experience with the Affinitive Service Suite. And set your dealership apart with integrated solutions powered by data. Make your service bay more profitable with Affinitive Book. Offer scheduling anytime online in 3 minutes or less. Display vehicle service history, maintenance reminders, and dynamic offers through a unique customer portal search. Affinitive Book can help you see a 97% average service capacity utilization. Plus, enjoy flexible management options and increase shop throughput by defining service intervals. Enjoy mobile and desktop write-up with Affinitive Smart Lane. welcome customers in the lane, and provide seamless sign and go experiences. Perform quick vehicle walkarounds and capture potential repair opportunities via annotated photos and videos. Review factory maintenance plans and previously declined repairs to recommend services and obtain instant approval. Streamline processes with adaptive workflow technology that enables you to roll appointments into ROs. Increase efficiency and customer transparency with Affinitive MPI. Complete more MPIs and drive service recommendations with preset templates and custom workflows. Capture every repair. Send RO updates via the MPI app, SMS, and email. Plus, monitor statuses and filter by workflow events from the MPI ledger. Put visuals behind your service recommendations with Affinitive Tech Video. Explain inspections with up to 7 minutes of HD recording. Ensure clear audio by eliminating background noise. Or disable feature to capture specific vehicle noises. Attach to a customer's account with instant playback. Expedite approvals and increase CSI by sending the video to a customer's email. Expedite approvals and increase CSI by sending the video to a customer's email or phone via Affinitive messaging. The Affinitive Service Suite is designed for dealers centered on customers. Affinitive, elevating the dealership experience.
Are your BDC agents actually asking for the appointment? The Volie panel is about to call it like it is.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have the Volie panel, and Ted, we're going to be unpacking, are your BDC agents actually asking for the appointment?
Sarah, that's a great question. We're so humbled to welcome back Volie, the #1 BDC engine. Liza Martenson is here. I can't help but notice our great friend on the West Coast, Tully Williams at the Nilo Company, is with us. Liza and Tully, welcome. And Liza, you've brought some friends and colleagues.
I did, yeah, thank you. I brought Haley Rothbauer with me. She's kind of my right hand at Volie. She and I both lead the customer success team at Volie. This is her first Fixed Ops Roundtable experience, so thank you for bringing us both on. And then we also brought Rob Grant with us. Rob, do you want to introduce yourself quick?
Yeah, I'm Rob Grant. I am the Fixed Ops BDC Director for the Cavender Auto Group based out of San Antonio.
Welcome, Haley, and welcome, Rob. So grateful to have you with us. And Sarah, this is going to be a great discussion.
It is. And to kick things off, want to come to Liza to set the stage for our conversations today, because I think the title speaks for itself, Liza. Are your BDC agents actually asking for the appointment? So this, I understand, is one of the most under-tracked coaching KPIs in the dealerships. Can you explain that a little bit more to our audience today?
Yeah, I would say in a nutshell, we find in many phone calls, customers leave the call with information. Maybe their questions have been answered. They feel like they got what they needed after they spoke with a rep, but we don't leave with an appointment. So this metric, what we're trying to talk about today is qualifying between all of your calls, the real opportunities for an appointment versus the calls that may not be able to result in an appointment, taking those where there is an opportunity and making sure that you're getting all of the juice that you can out of those opportunities.
Absolutely. Well, Ted, this is an exciting conversation, and we've got some very special guests to really hone in on this. Tully, when you're thinking about this important metric, the Nilo Company has an incredible BDC team. What is most important when it comes to inbound and outbound communications from your perspective when it comes to the appointment question?
I think it starts with a pay plan. Our pay plan is based on, just like my hours forecast, I have an appointment forecast for all of our reps. And, they need to make 40 appointments a day. in order to make the minimum amount. And then if they make 110, 120, they get extra pay. But our goal is going to be is that, we got to train them to that. We got to get them enthusiastic about asking for those appointments. Now, inbound calls, those are a no-brainer, right? If you're not getting appointments on the inbounds, we have a serious problem because they're calling in to ask for one. And, and their goals, the reason we have a BDC is because service writers decide not to answer the phones. So our goal is going to be is that we want them to come in and make those appointments. But here's the winner is the outbound calls, right? And we're calling people out and we talk to them. And that's where we have made our biggest success has been making outbound calls. When you look at outbound calls, when we text people, and this is right from Volie, it's about 13% people answer, and 1/3 of those are opt-outs. Okay, that doesn't work. And then we do emails because that's fun. Who the hell looks at emails anymore? But, we have up to an 80% answer rate when we call people. 80%. Can you imagine if 80% answered emails and text? We would just freak out. So we have a great responsibility when we call these people to have a direct message. And our response is, I don't think I need to email and text anybody more. Our BDC has turned out to be such success because we're asking good questions. We're calling when needed. We're not making unnecessary calls. So we get the great answer rate. And guess what happens? It motivates our great men and women in our BDC, to make appointments, which makes our stores successful. You know what makes a great success? Are you measuring your retention at your store? The BDC is the key issue of us. And we're at 72%, which we're extremely proud of. The BDC is making that happen every day.
Rob, to follow up on this, this is the definition that we're talking about, both in inbound and outbound. We're talking about, what are called qualified opportunities. And those are, as Tully pointed out, inbound and outbound communications, those can be a little bit different depending on the campaign or the origin of the phone call. But at the end of the day, there is a very important component of these where you ask for that appointment and try to get that business, to come into your store. What are you seeing at Cavender that has been successful for your team?
Yeah, well, since Tully took the outbound, I'll take the inbound side of it and talk about that. I think one of the things that Pulse has helped us do is we've found things that we couldn't have found before. So a lot of times they're not asking for the appointment if they get down to the end of it, but a lot of times too, they're transferring calls before they even get an opportunity to try and set the appointment, and that's not good, obviously. So Pulse has helped us identify those situations, and it allows us to coach them more effectively. So in other words, I used to have to really hunt for things to coach on, but now Pulse sends it to my email, and it's quite easy to find.
That's incredible, Rob. And Haley, it sounds like with Pulse and what Volie is able to help dealerships identify, there's a formula and a success that y'all are tracking when it comes to this data. So what are you seeing within the ecosystem of Volie?
Yeah, I completely agree. Great comments, Tully and Rob there. My brain's actually kind of sticking on the outbound side too. So I'm team Tully right now. And I just think it's a huge area of opportunity when you actually get somebody on the phone for an outbound call, right? So a good healthy contact rate, we're talking somewhere around 30%. So if you call 100 people and only get 30 of them on the phone, let's not ask for the appointment on those 30 people you actually have on the phone. So just really honing in on what does that conversation entail? How are they trying to rebuttal or get off the phone with you? Are we asking more than once before we get up and in a different way? So all of those are opportunities that we can, highlight and coach to, and just make sure our team really has all of the references and tools to kind of guide those conversations.
Liza, this is so important. Take us through it. Why is this? Why does this matter? Why now? And again, what are some of the things that Volie? We're already hearing about Pulse in the conversation. We've got two amazing dealer groups here with centralized BDC. Why does all this matter so much?
From sitting next to reps when they're making these calls, I think we all live in it so much we think about these appointments, we think about service, we think about vehicles, all day long. And you assume that your customers do too, and they don't. So why now, I think, is because we need to empower these teams that you have this education, you have all this information that your customers don't have. Every single time that you connect with someone, whether it's on an incoming call or, like Haley said, on those outbound dials where the customer does pick up, it's an opportunity to educate the customer. To Rob's point, sounds great, right? But if you don't have a tool that helps you efficiently, you can't listen to every single phone call. You can't sit next to every rep every single day. So the why now, I guess, is because your reps are on the phone with your customers right now. And you need a way of coaching them and empowering them that they have an opportunity to educate the customer. And if they're not asking the customer for the appointment, they're actually doing a disservice. Because now you have interrupted this person and you've given them information, but you've now given them a task, right? I'm putting it back on you. When you're ready, you give me a call. No, let's deal with this right now. So yeah, and I think it's just a really good time for Pulse. Everybody's talking about AI, but there's a lot of concern that I hear from our customers on AI replacing humans, AI talking to my customers and making up appointment times and prices and things that don't exist. So I think, our objective is to use AI for what it's good for, identifying opportunities, identifying holes and outliers, and then queuing them up to an expert, a human expert who knows what to do with that, and who can correct the behavior and then save the customer in real time, kind of thing.
Tully, you centralized the BDC a while back. You brought Volie in. We had a chance to spend time with Carl, who manages that group for you. I know it's done extremely well. Bring us up to speed on some of the things that are happening and some of the things that you're experiencing as well right now at the Nilo company.
Well, this is I think the BDC is a tough gig. And, what Carl has done is I call him a gentle giant, is that he's such a nice person, right? And when you look at our turnover rate, we don't have any, right? The core 11, 12 people that we've had is doing a fantastic job because, here they do it. They talk to people all day. And sometimes, people are just not very nice. And I think that when you have a successful BDC is that you have a successful team that helps. Potlucks, getting together, not stressed out. But success, if you're doing well, you get paid well. And I think that when you're setting up your BDC is that one is that it has to be the right person. They have to enjoy talking to people or it won't work. This is not a job like I'm going to try this out. I was a Starbucks person, so I'm going to try a BDC job out. And, it doesn't work that way, And I think that when you look at it, it's a tough gig and making sure you have training. And this is where Pulse has helped us out tremendously is that when we bring new people in, and our goal is to bring people in that are working at a car dealership, not just a person that has just started to do it, right? And because they got to know the car business a little bit. They don't need to know a lot, but know a little. But then Pulse can help us fine tune that person because the problem we have with phones is that we don't listen to phone calls. It's not gonna happen. And two is that it's like tech videos. We don't watch them either, right? And the goal is gonna be what are they telling our people, right? And Pulse can actually help us with that. So we can coach and mentor. And what I like to say, success. Thank you for doing an unbelievable job with Mrs. Smith. Think about that. When you look at it, we call Barbara, she's a person that does all of our calls before the appointments. And this lovely lady here calls everybody, and people comment about her because it's just a nice person to talk to everybody. That makes your BDC successful. If back in the good old days, you had the operator, their whole goal was to get off the call in 3 seconds. If they want to talk to us for an hour, please don't. But if they do, we're going to talk to you. And we want to be kind and considerate. And that's what the Nilo company is all about. Our core values start with human beings. I'm not an AI fan whatsoever. Thank you, Volie, for not turning into an AI agent. I am not into that at all. Now, is there things that AI can help us with? And that's a yes answer. And that's where the Pulse helps us with that. You know what the fun part is? I'm putting Pulse on the service writer calls. Okay, that's going to be exciting.
Wow. Okay. Like that. Rob, you mentioned also Pulse at Cavender Automotive Group. I know you're a people company. Bring us up to speed on what's happening there as well.
Oh yeah. So actually, Tully just brought up a great point, because one of the things that I've noticed since we've had Pulse is, as we're finding things that need to be coached on, that call goes all the way through. So if we transfer it, the recording stays on, and we hear what happens when it hits the service drive. And it's pretty common for me to send that to the service director and say, hey, I think maybe you have a coaching opportunity. I'm going to take care of my side, but you may want to listen to this call. And that's been a big help. And I think putting it on the service drive to record what the advisors are saying is a great opportunity. We're big on process. I know that Carl at Nilo is too. And I think one of the areas where we don't train enough is on the advisors and how they talk with customers on the phone. And I think Pulse has exposed this as an area of opportunity for the stores.
Can I pick up on that? What Rob is spot on. I think that, when the BDC agent is designed to make an appointment. We give information, but they have to make an appointment. Liza started that when we first got this call. Correct answer. But the point of it is that we are in the people business. That's what our dealership said, and that's what our dealer says. And we have to be in the people business. We need to train our AI agents, not our AI, our personnel, to be in the people business. And that's the reason why AI does not work, because they are not in the people business. They're in the lion business. And I think that when you look at our people like that, when you transfer to service advisors, we all these service advisors, she or he is the busiest person on the planet. But you know what? They need to slow down. And for us to be in the repeat referral business, we have to take time to be with every one of those. Overworking your staff will cause a fail in your BDC and also cause you a fail in your service writers in the front drive.
Haley, it sounds like the folks on the call here today have a great respect for the people in the BDC, how important the BDC, how important the phone call is. In this day and age, it is still all about the phones, Haley, and it's all about the people. And Volie delivers on all those things.
Yeah, I'm thrilled to hear all the avenues you guys are utilizing it today. Another kind of hole or area that we wanted to bring up on this panel too, and I would love to hear both your feedbacks, Rob and Tully, are when an agent might set an appointment, but it's not a good appointment. It's a very soft appointment. They're throwing it out on the scheduler. But when you actually listen to that call or you have Pulse reading those calls, it really actually is identified as a missed opportunity there. The likelihood of that person actually showing up to, oh yeah, I'll just throw it on there next Wednesday or whatever it is very low, right? So even if they are asking and setting an appointment, if it's not strategic in how they're following up on that or really concrete in with the time and the services that they're offering, that's just another avenue that we're really excited that Pulse can highlight for your guys' teams. And I'd love to hear kind of your feedback on that front as well.
Tully, we'll come to you first.
Making bogus appointments does not work for nobody. I mean, I don't know how blunt I can be on that. Now, I understand people are wishy-washy, but here's the deal. Barbara, this lovely lady, calls everyone to verify they're coming in. We're going to catch a bad appointment. 2, the BDs, all of our service advisors every day, because X time does not give us the ability to look at if it's a real appointment or not, coming in or not, is that our service writers email the BDC every day about, hey, Mrs. Smith didn't show up on her appointment today, right? So that's a real number. So if we have a prone problem with a BDC agent making bogus appointments, they're trying to maximize their pay plan, I call that fraud, and that will stop instantaneously. Yeah. Now, Pulse can help us with that because, sometimes, I thought she wanted an appointment. We'll train for that. And, God bless every human. We understand that. So we'll train and fix that. We don't have that problem at the Nilo company. We have people that miss appointments, yes, but it's not a big number. And that's because the follow-up process that we have will ensure that doesn't happen. Having Barbara call every one of them, that's what she does. She calls, she makes God knows how many calls every day, just the loveliest lady on the planet. And then too, our service writers respond back to the BDC and say, hey, Mrs. Smith didn't, so we can do a follow-up call and find out why they didn't show up. Those things will show up with Pulse in the background. Listening to that, we can ensure that we're not making bogus appointments.
Rob, how about you over at Cavender?
Yeah, so I think that the opportunity there is in coaching how to make it more solid. I think especially on an outbound where they're just hoping to get something on the books. If it's not a solid appointment, then where's the opportunity to make it better, right? So when you're coaching, okay, you said this, but here's how we could have made it more solid, right? And I think that that's the opportunity. In our BDC, all of our agents are doing both the appointment confirmation on the front end and on the missed appointment call on the back end. So they're having to call them anyway, and a lot of them we do find show up, but for whatever reason it didn't clear next time or whatever the issue is. But I think when you're finding that they're not setting a solid appointment, it's just a matter of, are they following our process? Are they using the script that we've put in front of them? If they're doing all that, it should be solid from the start.
I chime in with two thoughts on this as well. First being, I think if the rep is setting a solid appointment from the start, if they're directing the conversation, it allows you to control your schedule a little bit better too. Bring someone in earlier. If you're offering the next availability, maybe it's today, maybe it's tomorrow, you can control when those appointments are coming in a little bit better. Because now my second point, I think one thing that a missed opportunity to call out is when you don't have same day, next day availability. And that's something a rep in the BDC can't solve that problem by themselves, right? That's something that needs to be communicated back with the service manager at the store potentially. But that'll lose you that customer, right? If they need to come in, they're calling you, they need to get in today. If you can't get them in today, they're just going to call the next dealership, or they're going to call an independent, right? So controlling the appointment and controlling the timing of the appointment, I think, is twofold there, where it's two benefits.
Let me piggyback off of that. So if your capacity is full and you're pushing people out, you have a serious problem at your store. And I think that, we're landlocked, or, Tully, you don't understand this and that. That doesn't work for us here. But I think that that's a great point, is that the BDC agent, we're in the people business and we need every appointment, and we're in the repeat and referral business. We're going to get that appointment in. And that's the reason why it's critical for the BDC agents to understand how those businesses work. So a lot of things that we do sometimes is that we have our agents now visit the stores and spend 1 or 2 days at the store a week. And that has really helped out the agents understanding how the service drive works. And, our Jag Land Rover store was the first person that wanted that. And now all of a sudden, this person that used to be behind a phone and we don't know what her name or his name was, is now part of the team at that store. And the relationship with the BDC and the relationship with those agents has doubled, tripled, quadrupled. And now they're like, oh, the BDC agents here, we're going to be busier today, right? Or we have low appointments today. BDC, can you call these people for me? Now they're heroes. That's what the BDC needs to do for us every day, is how can we be a hero for that store? God bless Volie. God bless those BDC agents.
Incredible stuff. And, Liza and Haley, it's so exciting to hear the conversation just continuing to push forward about the importance of service BDC. It was something that still is near and dear to my heart. And again, this is the backbone of your operation. Having effective scheduling practices, having effective call handling practices, that enables your service advisors in your shop to really maximize the opportunities that you have coming into your door. And as Tully and Rob both echoed, this is all about retention and all about the hours.
Yep.
Well, Liza and Haley, before we go today, for our audience that wants to learn more, get this information, find out a little bit more about what's setting apart top performing dealerships versus their peers, and getting a lot more information about some of these metrics, what's the best first step to get started?
Sarah, we would encourage anyone to visit us at our website. It's just volie.com. It's www.volie.com. But we also will answer the phone for anyone who wants to reach out that way. We'd love to talk with anyone who is curious, who has questions, or who listens to this and agrees or disagrees or wants to add a comment to anything that we've talked about today. I'm going to give a phone number as well that people can call. It's 319-240-8917. You'll get in touch with our COO, and he's a chatty person anyways, so happy to talk. But yeah, any which way that they can get in touch with us. Obviously, we love solving problems and helping people. Like Tully said, it's a people business kind of thing. So first connection.
Well, Volie is the #1 BDC engine, an incredible resource for dealerships and for those listening here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. On behalf of Teddings, we have Tully Williams of the Nilo Company, Rob Grant of Cavender Automotive, Haley Rothbauer of Volie, and Liza Martenson. Thank you all for being part of this panel today.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah.
Everyone, stay tuned. We've got more exciting things coming up next. Stay tuned because Ryan Rohrman brings the perspective of a leader who's building, scaling, and driving results in real time.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Teddings. Today we are at Schaumburg Kia, part of Rohrman Automotive Group. And Ted, Ryan Rohrman is here with us today, and it's an exciting opportunity.
Yeah, Ryan, very grateful to you. Thank you for having me, sir. Yeah, thanks for having me on the show. Looking forward to it. So we thought we'd talk to you a little bit today about leadership and vision, and nobody better country than you on that. So Sarah and I had a few questions. Yep. Ryan, as you look to the future of Rohrman Automotive Group, what are the core values and priorities that are guiding the organization right now?
So we talked about this a little bit prior, but so our core values, we have an acronym, and it's TIPS. So we say we're working for TIPS, and so it's transparency. And everything we do, we want to be transparent. Innovation. This drives some of our vision for what we do with technology. Being personable, I think that's part of sales. Being able to talk and create friendships that last, for generations. And then being servant-minded, putting others before ourselves. So that is our DNA. It's who we are. We do a lot of touch points with our staff, and we almost start every single one of our, whether it's training or we're launching something, we start with that. Like, who are we, right? And it's like, what does it mean? And we make sure that everyone knows our mantra. So if you walk in to any of our 1,300 employees inside of our stores, like, as long as the person's been with us for at least 90 days, I would ask them, like, well, what is the purpose statement of the Rohrman Automotive Group? And they should say it's TIPS. It's or our 4 values, and our purpose statement is driving relationships and awesome experience. So we put those two together, and that defines who we are, and it defines what we do at all times.
Well, Ryan, speaking of relationships, Rohrman has shown a strong focus on people development.
Yeah.
Why is investing in employees such a critical part of your long-term strategy?
I mean, it's this I think this is true on a lot of businesses, but it's all about the people. You can sell whatever you want. If the experience is not fantastic, it's going to be a one-time sale, one-time service. And then that starts with the people. And so if you're not developing people, so every single year we come up with like a mantra or something that like gives us a vision for the year. So this year's it's actually it's an equation. And so our equation this year is GP plus CP equals AS. And so I always start off like, what do you think GP stands for? Everyone says gross profit. It's not. It's a greater people. So greater people plus consistent processes. That's the CP. It equals an awesome stir. And so if we use the word awesome because it's part of our purpose statement of who we are, so we like that word awesome. So we have great people that work for us, but our drive is to create greater people. And so we really lean into that equation, specifically this year. That's new for this year. And it's really interesting. Whenever we create these like mantras, how often they come up is normally how good they are. So we've created some of them and they've kind of like washed out after like 3 or 4 months. This one keeps showing itself over and over again because the value of getting great people to a greater stance with a consistent process, it really does create an atmosphere that is sticky and it's where people want to stay. So inside of that, we corporately, we do 11 training sessions annually, so every month, and they're all different types. We have manager-centric versions where we talk about what does this mean. We just were in Pharos, Indiana. That's a central point for our 20 locations. And over 2 days, we had over 135 of our managers, and we just went over what does it look like to manage people. We didn't talk about selling cars at all. We talked about just managing people one-on-one. What does it look like? We gave them a handbook. It's our playbook that we created. Because we know if we want to get to where we're going, we have great people, but we need greater people. And it's up to us to do that. So I don't know. I'm very passionate about that. I could talk a long time about it. So
it shows.
I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there.
Well, I will say this, as far as the industry goes, we all see that retail automotive is evolving quick, okay? From customer expectations to technology to workforce challenges. How is Rohrman positioning itself for the future to stay ahead?
You know, part of our core values is innovation. And so we really lean into that. I lean into that. That's one thing that I really take on my shoulders. And we've really come quite far in innovation in so many ways. Marketing, we were one of the first auto groups, and not the first, but one of the first in the country to export our data into a Snowflake instance where we can actually have a single source of truth. The automotive industry is shrouded with really bad data. And unfortunately, DMS systems, you cannot cleanse, enrich, and enhance it. So you're stuck with marketing to, I don't own the car, I don't live in that house, MickeyMouse@yahoo.com, and we're still emailing those folks. So we stopped all that. So, and then we partnered with a Telium, who is our CDP. So all our marketing for the last year has been to the right person at the right time with the right message. And it's all done using artificial intelligence. Like we don't do big, like we're going to do a big e-blast. No, I mean, you just bought a car. Why would that e-blast you? So I think that's really driven us forward in just efficiency in our marketing campaigns and efforts to make sure that the consumer experience is great. I think the other thing is just the innovation of technology inside and outside the showroom. You know, the consumer journey to purchase and service vehicles is fraught with just a lot of complaints. You know, it takes too long. I don't know where to go, yada, 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 right? And so technology can be a hindrance or it can be a benefit. And when used correctly and integrated into the right system, we see it moves us forward. I would go up against anyone in the country and say, what is, like, for instance, what's a good closing rate on all lead types? You know, the industry would say 12 to 18%. Reverse that. that means that 80% of everyone who reaches out to you is not buying a car from you. It's not that they're not buying a car, they're just not buying it from me. So in terms of marrying innovative marketing with innovative tools, we're now well over 30% on our close rates. And at first I thought that was the goal, and there's still so much more there. It's meeting the consumer where they want to be, and innovation and technology, it helps you do that. It's just, you have to know what you're looking for, and then you need to know how to put it all together. Because there's nothing worse than having all the technology in the world, but you have 15 dashboards that you have to log into to utilize it. Yes. That's terrible, because you're not going to use them all. You're going to use the two that are your favorite, you know? So, yeah.
Exciting stuff.
It's good. Yeah, love it. Yeah.
Ryan, it's so incredible to be here at Schaumburg Kia. We can just see the intentionality and the attention to detail that you have really focused on when it comes to the entire customer experience in both sales and service. And thank you for being part of this incredible day with us.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks for having me again. It's great.
I'm Ted Ings with Sarah Van Tine and Ryan Rohrman. We're here at the Rohrman Automotive Group, Schaumburg Kia. We will be right back.
Join Matt Cashman and Adam Smith as they break down how to drive growth, capture demand, and compete where it counts.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Van Tine here with Ted Ings. Today we have the Nexpart panel, and Ted, so many opportunities for today's automotive parts departments.
Exciting things happening in automotive, and so grateful to Matt Cashman and Adam Smith. Welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable, and grateful to have you both here.
Thanks, Ted. Thanks, Sarah.
Great to be here. Thanks for having us, guys.
All right. A lot of good things happening. Parts is getting a lot of love, and deservedly so. And Sarah, it's an exciting time.
It is, Ted. And Matt, I want to come to you first because for our audience today and those who may not be familiar, can you give us a brief history of Nexpart and the platform's roots in the automotive parts industry?
Sure. Thanks, Sarah. I think the history is really important context for understanding why and where the platform is, as it sits today. Nexpart's origins trace back to WHI Solutions, which was founded in the early 2000s and really became one of the most respected names in the automotive parts catalog, data, and B2B e-commerce spaces. WHI was built with deep expertise in one of the hardest problems in the industry, parts fitment data. Anyone who's spent time in parts procurement knows, how generally complex parts data is. You're dealing with millions of SKUs, decades of vehicle applications, supplier data that isn't clean or consistent. And WHI, really spent years solving that problem at scale and built a supplier network and commerce infrastructure that really became foundational to how parts moved through the aftermarket. eBay Motors acquired WHI and built upon that foundation to create really, what Nexpart is today, a modern B2B procurement platform that now drives insights from over $4 billion in annual part sales across the network.
Adam, this is so exciting to hear just the history and the foundations and then where it's going next.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of those things that's been built over time. And WHI used to stand for Wrench Head Incorporated. So I started working with the company 20 years ago. And they were known as having the catalog, having the data, working with all these manufacturers to get all that stuff in there with all the ACEs and PIE standards. But we're so far beyond just the grappling of data. And sure, manufacturers still struggle with that. We know that. But Nexpart has really created something that was the habit of the buyer to begin with. And that was trying to find out, where can I get a part? And I've got all these sellers. Where am I going to buy it? And so we'll talk about this through the course of this segment, but we really were innovating something to emulate and consolidate what was happening in real practice. Matt, I don't know when that actual brainchild began, but of course it came to fruition a few years ago when we launched Multiseller.
If I may, I was just going to follow up, Adam and Matt. You've also built quite a network that's out there. You've got some big names and big sellers, and congratulations to you on that, because you're really leading the way and at an important time in our industry, I might add as well.
Yeah, no, we thank you for that comment. And as Adam really iterated, and I will reiterate, that network was built over time. It took decades of, automotive experts coming together and kind of building that infrastructure. So, really the strength and, foundational part of Nexpart and our data infrastructure and ultimately our product really comes from that supplier network of, partners that we've done business, with for decades. So that's really the strength and the backbone of the business.
Yeah. I think it's important to put the perspective of, like, who are we talking about? And it's tens of thousands of suppliers. We have just about anybody you would know, like Napa, Advance, O'Reilly, AutoZone, the Parts House, Factory Motor Parts, Parts Authority, WorldPac, and more. So it really, I don't want to say it's ubiquitous. I don't want to say it pridefully, but like, we've got this. I mean, it's rare to find a distributor that's not using Nexpart to sell. And so it is known. I wouldn't say it's like super known in the dealership space, because we've been so strong in the automotive aftermarket, especially with distributors. But it's certainly known. And we've got some big enterprise companies like Lithia and AutoNation using the platform. So we're definitely there. And I think today we want to break into just helping dealers know how they can improve their workflow, improve their process, save time, save money, all that kind of stuff that we're going to talk about today. And I do want to mention this: the platform also now has tires. So that whole issue of ATD and NTW and Tire Rack and Tire Hub and US Auto Force and K&M Tire, TWI pumps, those are all in the platform now as well. So we're really trying to get, what do people need? What are they sourcing? What are they buying? Let's make it easy. Let's get it in there, and let's put it all in one place so people can stop fishing in multiple ponds and just have it in one place in front of them.
Matt, if I can ask you, from your vantage point at Nexpart, how would you describe the state of parts procurement today for retail automotive dealerships?
Yeah, that's a great question. Honestly, it's one of the most underestimated operational challenges in the dealership world right now. Parts procurement, really hasn't kept pace with how everything else in a dealership is modernized. Think about, just how much has changed on the customer facing side. We've got online scheduling, digital retailing, F&I tools, and then you look at how parts are actually sourced in most service departments today. You have service advisors that are still picking up the phone. They're logging into 4 or 5 different supplier portals and, waiting on callbacks just to find a single part. And, this friction, it has a real cost. Every minute a tech is waiting on a part is a minute the bay, isn't generating revenue. And in a market where, dealerships are under real margin pressure, competing with independent shops, dealing with shifting consumer expectations, that inefficiency compounds fast, and it comes at a cost. Back end operational layer, specifically how parts are sourced and managed is, still stuck in an older era. And, that's the gap that we are, very focused on closing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the horsepower that Nexpart brings to the table is this issue of tens of millions of stock checks monthly, and over 10,000 just even orders an hour, hundreds of orders a minute. And so we understand what's going on behind the scenes, and the hope is that the Nexpart Multiseller platform can speed up and optimize this. The hunt for the part hasn't changed. It's how you hunt the part. I remember working the phone and the computer. I used to manage a repair and body shop way too long ago that we're not going to talk about now. But there are levels of savvy at all these different dealerships. And I think the dealership owners that might be watching are thinking like, yeah, how savvy is my is my tech stack? How savvy is my my information architecture? And what are my parts procurements people doing? How do they integrate with our service advisors? Where is that? And where is software? What's working? What's not working? And we should say this, Matt. Nexpart Multiseller is absolutely free to buy. For a buyer, you can go on there for free. There's no monthly fees. There's no user fees. You can have as many users as you want. And so it can be a part of your workflow. And that's what we're noticing as optimizing, fixed operations, is how can we optimize the workflow? How can Nexpart Multiseller be a part of making business easier to do and really streamlining what that process is? And we've got a lot of examples of that. Again, if we've got big groups like AutoNation and Lithia using it, we know that there's a value add there and people are seeing it. And that's what we're talking about today.
Great stuff, Adam. And Matt, the conversation, parts managers and service directors, I'm curious to hear, what do you hear most consistently from them? And what does a better process actually look like when you're describing it from day to day?
Yeah, that's a great question. We talk to a lot of customers, a lot of parts department to incorporate that feedback in how to go to market and how we help people conduct their organizations. And the number one thing I hear is, I need the right part fast and I don't want to chase it down. Sounds simple on the surface, but it's very complex once you dive into it. A typical parts manager might have 5 or 6 different supplier relationships, an OEM, a couple aftermarket distributors, a local jobber, and getting visibility across those simultaneously requires a lot of manual effort today. They're tabbing between portals, they're making calls, cross-checking availability data that isn't always accurate, and there's a real trust issue with that data. Parts managers, they've been burned by systems in the past that don't show something in stock that isn't actually there. So they hedge, they double check, they overorder, and all of that behavior is a symptom of a system that doesn't give them confidence.
Yeah.
A better process looks like this. One place to search across all your suppliers in your network simultaneously, real-time pricing and inventory you can actually trust. Mm-hmm. When you compress that sourcing window from what might take 30 to 45 minutes today down to a few minutes, you've unlocked real capacity. The bay doesn't sit idle, cars get done the same day, customer doesn't have to come back, and we call that better customer satisfaction, tighter RO cycle, and more throughput from the same team in the same number of hours. That's not a technology story. That's really an operational transformation, and that's what we're really trying to achieve. Through how we go to market. Yeah. One other thing I also want to be clear about, for dealers, Adam brought this up prior, but using Nexpart as a buyer, the platform is completely free to access. There's no licensing fee, no procurement costs, and getting started takes less than 5 minutes. You can create an account, start buying immediately at nexpart.com, or if you're a dealer looking for resources specifically to get together for your team, you can visit nexpart.com/dealers. The barrier to getting started is essentially zero, which removes one of the biggest objectives we hear from operators who've been burned by expensive tools that didn't deliver in the past.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I should say this too, that your relationship with those suppliers is not going to change. You really already have a login, you already have an account there. Nexpart Multiseller is just consolidating all those sellers in one place. So everything that you have done in the past will remain the way that you have that relationship with them. And if there's, the pricing and the way that you process a return or a core return or something like that, it's all the same. We're just putting all those sellers in one place, and that's going to come back to the speed game too. And we talk about price, and that's a sensitive thing. Like, I don't know about, if you win on price, you lose on price. And I think the service directors and service managers and the procurement folks, they know just because it's the cheapest doesn't mean it's the best. But in the Nexpart Multiseller platform, being able to see okay, where is this coming from? Like, it might be cheap, but that warehouse is 2 hours away. It's on the other side of Manhattan. Like, I'm not going to save $5 waiting for that one thing. I need that water pump. They had the timing belt, and now I'm sitting here waiting for the water pump to come across town. And that's kind of the smarts of just, okay, let me look at my supplier network and feel this thing out. So just mentioning again, the whole speed up game which is going to lead to greater profitability.
It makes a lot of sense, everybody. Matt, let me follow up on business intelligence. Can you talk about how data plays into smarter procurement decisions? And are there any other ways dealerships can get even more value out of the platform?
Yeah, that's where I think the biggest unlock is for dealerships, and it's an area that genuinely doesn't get enough attention. Most parts and service managers are making procurement decisions based on instinct, which is valuable, but it's incomplete. What if you could layer in what is actually happening across the market and get that into the decision maker's hands in real time? Nexpart's Service Trend Advisor tool does exactly that. We give dealers business intelligence on repair part trends derived from our over $4 billion in annual sales data across the Nexpart network. So instead of guessing what's going on, guessing what's going to be in demand based on your own shop's history, you're benchmarking what's going on across the industry in real time. That's a fundamentally different kind of decision making, combined with consolidated order history, all your purchases across all your suppliers in one place. You start seeing patterns that you couldn't see before. Which suppliers have the best fill rates, where you're over ordering, where you're leaving margin on the table. Procurement shifts from reactive to strategic, and that's where the serious operational gains live. Now, there's also a dimension to this that I think surprises a lot of dealerships when they first hear it, and that's the seller side of the equation. Dealers who carry OEM parts inventory have an opportunity to also become sellers on the Nexpart network, not just buyers. That means that parts are visible to other buyers in the network, which can turn what was a static inventory line item into an active revenue stream. It requires a little bit of additional setup, but for dealers who are sitting on OEM inventory that isn't turning fast enough internally, it's a real profit center opportunity that most dealers haven't thought about.
Yeah, we've seen that light bulb go on where it's like, hey, I'm buying. I think I can sell some of this OEM inventory, and it's a little bit of a gold mine. I mean, I like one of my vehicles is a 20-year-old Honda Ridgeline. I have put Honda parts on that thing. The thing's still running. It's got over 200,000 miles on it. I've done some of the work myself, but it's like when you want a quality part and you have a customer that's willing to pay premium,
yes,
why don't you offer that thing for sale? So, and we'll just that's not free. We got to get that set up. There's integration to systems and things there when you want to sell OEM parts. But it's absolutely happening, and you might as well show up. And Ted, maybe we can put one of our graphics in there quickly to show what it looks like when you see these suppliers in there. But why shouldn't your dealership show up as an OEM provider amongst those lists, right? That's kind of the epiphany. But we would say get using it as a buyer first, because you're going to understand that experience. And you'll always have to be careful when you go to selling. You got to protect the house. You got to make sure, okay, now I've got an inventory management system where I'm not giving away and selling too many of the parts that I'm going to need to fix some cars coming in. So there's a business intelligence game there. I do want to come back to what Matt was saying about that advisor. This Service Trend Advisor is like, let's say you've got a 2015 Ford Explorer or something in there. Hopefully it's not like a 2010 or dealership. They don't want to work on something that's too old because you got that risk of, well, I fixed this and this thing broke. But if I go in there and I say like, okay, I'm doing this job, and I go into that advisor and it's like the O2 sensors, crapped out on this thing and you can see it trending in the region. And it's like, okay, well then I probably should tell the customer like same thing, like the timing belt water pump example that's ubiquitous. If I'm in there, I've got this thing, I'm showing that the O2 sensor is going to have a problem. I found that out through the multi-solar platform. I can also order that thing through the platform. And I've also made a customer pretty happy, and I've mitigated some risk of that thing rolling back in the door, right?
Those are great points. And, Matt, Adam, a lot of our dealer audience that's listening today, they're looking for solutions with their parts departments and their parts strategy. And this really solves a lot of different opportunities for them. And Matt, for our dealers that want to learn more or get started, you've already shared quite a bit that there's a lot of opportunities for them to get into this at no charge. But what's the best first step for them to learn more?
Yeah, that's a great question. The easiest way is just going on Nexpart.com, our main landing sign-up page. We have all the information, you need to start creating an account and start, buying parts instantly. I think the sign up process start to finish probably takes a whole 5 minutes. So, this is something, you can do with just a couple of minutes extra at the shop. You can create an account, get all your suppliers hooked up, and, you should be able to, start procurement on our platform, 5 minutes probably start to finish. So that's a great resource there. And then we also have nexpart.com/dealers, where we have resources specifically aimed towards the, dealership community. As you know, we service all different types of, buyers and sellers within the automotive, automotive supply chain industry. So, we have a specific set of, resources that are just tailored towards dealers and, some of the, areas they'll be keen to learn more about.
Yeah.
All right, good.
The system really is turnkey to sign up. You can totally do it without talking to us, but Nexpart also has a fabulous support team. We can talk to you. We can help you. There's levels of tech savvy, right? And there's levels of authority. Like, well, I went to sign up, but now I need who's got the username for WorldPack. It's like those types of things might take a little bit longer, but it really is a turnkey process. But we're here to help.
Yeah, our onboarding team, I was just going to add, Adam, they are, on the phones, during Monday through Friday and even Saturday business hours. So any issues, don't hesitate to give us a call, on our onboarding number, which is on the website to help with a problem, big or small.
All right. Great information. Thank you, Matt and Adam, for providing color. Great stuff. And Sarah, exciting to learn about Nexpart. And Adam and Matt, if you don't mind, we'd like to invite you back and let's learn more about Nexpart as we get into the year. Things seem to be progressing really fast in our industry. So congratulations to both of you. Everybody, you can visit Nexpart on the web. You can see the URL down below, nexpart.com/dealers. And Matt and Adam, thank you so much for your time today.
Got it. Thanks for having us.
All right. Everybody, the team from Nexpart here with us today on the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
No need for a loaner. This event is ready to go. Welcome back to Fixed Ops Week.
From layout to customer experience to operational efficiency, this panel is all about building spaces that drive results.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have the Dealer Solutions and Design panel. And Ted, exciting conversations about where fixed ops and retention strategies align.
Sarah, it's an exciting time to be in our industry. We want to welcome back Eli Crawford, who is the Senior Vice President at Dealer Solutions and Design, and welcome Paul Agosti, the Director at Safeguard Products. Eli and Paul, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Ted, thank you and Sarah for having us. I'm excited to be here. I know Eli's been here before, but this is a great first event I've watched, but now it's great to participate.
Yeah, always. And we saw you, and we had a chance, Eli and Paul, to meet both of you in person at the NADA show back in February, I believe it was, back in Las Vegas. So congratulations to you, because as we said in the green room, this space is exciting, and you folks are really setting the trend. So, Eli, if it's okay, I want to come to you and talk a little bit about dealer challenges. Here we are in the middle of the second quarter, and ask you a little bit about what themes are you hearing the most from dealers about fixed operations priorities and even facilities constraints, because that's really your sweet spot where you folks deal.
Yeah, it's hard to believe we're already in the second quarter. I feel like it was Christmas last week, but that's the industry we're in. So, the biggest thing right now is still just space constraints. OEs coming out with these different standards and requirements based on safety issues and safety concerns. Calibrations are a big part of what we're dealing with right now with Ultimate ADAS and just making sure that these dealers have enough room in their service shops to actually provide the services that the OEs are asking them to provide. Gone are the days of, well, I shouldn't say gone are the days of maximizing space, but now it's more so, hey, instead of how many mechanical bays can you fit in here? Now it's, we're required to have 18 feet of space to perform these ADAS calibrations. How do we make this work and still make money in the mechanical bays? So that's the challenge that we're trying to help our dealer partners with as we speak.
Great point, Eli. Paul, what trends are you seeing in terms of customer expectations, ownership patterns, and even retention strategies?
Well, I mean, it's clear that based on affordability, the ownership and life cycles are changing a little bit. You're looking at consumers keeping their cars 5 to 7 years instead of maybe 3 to 4 in the past. And that experience they have in service is going to be so important for the dealers to maintain that. Consumers are looking for a frictionless buying experience. And on the front end, much of this takes place digitally. More than half of the buying experience starts digitally. So the expectations for the consumer is transparency and an experience related to products, and then maintaining service appointments and an experience in service that they want to be pleasant and expeditious through their life cycle. And as owners keep their cars longer, the dealers that take better care of them in service will be the ones that get them in the showroom when it is time to get that new vehicle.
Paul, if I can follow up, how do these challenges intersect to impact overall dealership performance?
Well, I think more of the money is shifting to fixed operations as sales slows down a little bit in the front. So as an F&I provider, we can't focus on being a product peddler. We need to show the dealers how our products sold today actually increase retention and profitability in the back and keep that consumer in their showroom or in their buildings and properties to maintain that consumer for life.
Great points.
And Eli, in thinking about what DSD really accomplishes, there's a big link between operations and customer loyalty. So how do you see service department efficiency and workflow affect customer satisfaction and repeat visits?
Yeah, and it's a very simple answer. When the customer is unhappy, they're not going to want to come back to said dealership. And usually that comes with long waits, especially for very routine procedures and services. If a customer has to wait an extended period of time, you can pretty much bet that you might have one more chance at getting that customer to come back. But at some point you're gonna lose that customer, and they all add up, right? So that's where we're able to come in, look at, okay, what does your workflow look like right now? How's your shop set up? How are you handling quick service? Not necessarily from a fixed ops consulting standpoint, but more so, hey, we know you're getting ready to go through a remodel. We know you're getting ready to expand. We understand completely where bottlenecks are. Let us have a conversation with you, and let's see if we can eliminate some of those very simple bottlenecks that prevent customers from from being happy.
And this is, Eli, you're spot on. I mean, these bottlenecks and inefficiencies with capacity, they have this trickle effect where you lose the opportunity to have customer retention. And Paul, Safeguard Products International, there's a big opportunity right now for customers and for dealerships, because customers are holding on to vehicles longer than they ever have historically. So where do you see, Paul, the protection products or variable ops offerings play the biggest role in retaining customers?
So there's so many offerings nowadays. I mean, you go back 20 years in the auto business and it was VSC and GAP, but as you increase offerings, what that does is it increases the RO counts into service, and that higher frequency of visits back to the dealerships are going to create that relationship with the consumers. So as dealers set up their menus properly and sell consumers products that not only protect their investment, give them a better ownership experience, that higher RO count and frequency to the dealership 100% puts that consumer in that family of customers that dealer wants to build, as opposed to simply making some extra profit today in the variable ops part of the business. So we're so clearly tied to the fixed ops in the products we sell nowadays.
And Paul, this is really important because, in the customer conversation, oftentimes when a customer is thinking about the warranty or the policies that they purchased in the F&I department, they may not relate it back to the immediate, servicing of the vehicle. And really those two teams, service and F&I, they're both sides of the same coin. So how can service and F&I coordinate to improve the overall customer experience?
I mean, I think it starts right at the time of sale. I think dealers can be smarter in tying pay plans to retention as opposed to simply on profit today, because that's how the dealer wins in the long run. As they do that, you absolutely bring your variable ops teams into the thought process of consumers coming back into the fixed ops departments. And that really is the only way you maintain the full circle of sale to service, and then experience brings them back to the same showroom for their next vehicle.
Makes a lot of sense, gentlemen. I want to talk to you a little bit about planning for long-term service success. And Eli, I want to ask you, when planning a new build or renovation, what are the most important factors to consider early to ensure that the service department supports this long-term operational need that the dealership is going to have?
Yeah. Plan for expansion early. Just know that if you think your shop is big enough, it's probably not. We just ran through this with a ton of Hyundai and Kia dealers, a ton, which is great for those brands. But as we're getting through that cycle, that is now going to turn into, Honda, Toyota, Mazda, some of the luxury brands. So again, if you think it's big enough, it's probably not, would be one. And two would be space, and more space. With again, we touched on it early on, with calibrations being such a big part of these vehicles now, and it's
Right.
it's such a safety hazard. You've got to make sure, if the OE says, look, you need an 18-foot wide alignment bay, well, you better make sure you've got 18 feet, and it's not going to run in to the number of mechanical bays that you had originally planned for your shop, which we're thankfully we've been brought into these projects early enough that we can catch that and we can say, look, have you thought about this or that? That will allow the dealer to be able to have that space and not make the building bigger, because obviously everything's crazy expensive these days. Let's not pretend it's not. So building square footage is going to add up. That's where we're able to come in, take a look, and say, look, you can keep your building the same size as your architect had originally planned. Tweak this, change that, and now you can make sure that it meets requirements. The other thing too, and this goes hand in hand with what Paul was saying, the service drive is a big weapon for dealers, a big weapon. And whether it's F&I or it's warranty issues, making sure that you have the right equipment in that drive, to make sure that tires and wheels are protected. That's a big piece. And when you've got those quick check systems in place to see where a vehicle is in alignment or if it does have tire damage early on, that can help protect dealers as well.
Paul, I love the perspective that you add by having Safeguard here today on this discussion. I think it's so important and necessary. Paul, how should variable ops and retention strategies be incorporated into these plans that we're talking about with Eli right from the start?
Well, I think that goes to speak to how they set up their menus to begin with and how they present their products. They can't look at the additional products such as a tire and wheel or a windshield coverage or a ding and dent coverage as if you can get an extra product, we'll throw those on. They're not tack-ons. They're products to focus on from the beginning, right from the sales desk forward, because sometimes consumers look at what used to be just the cost of maintaining a car and owning a car as perils of ownership as opposed to something that they can plan for today. Finance departments can cover these, put it in your monthly budget and not, give that feeling that there's always an extra cost of owning the car. So as variable ops focuses on proper coverage of all the options available, when the consumer goes back to service and has things covered, that frictionless experience is something that will continue to drive variable ops products. So it's a win-win for both sales and service. And if dealers don't tie those together, they are absolutely going to suffer in the future with a higher cost of acquiring their next consumers to buy their cars.
Great points. Eli, let me come back to you. How can early planning decisions prevent future capacity or efficiency issues? Some of the stories that you're both telling us, we can relate to it, right? Because, the dealer says, we had no idea, it's a good problem to have, right? That the product would be so popular, but how could that early planning impact this?
Yeah, I think they've got to be able to look around corners, right? They've got to be able to look at, I keep using Hyundai and Kia as an example, but
sure.
I think smart operators will look at that and say, okay, this happened to two brands that might not have historically been that desirable. And now you could argue, maybe the most desirable car brands out there right now. I think there's a strong argument can be made for that. And so you've got to be able to look around corners, know that if it happened there, it could happen for any brand or any dealership, given the right market. And that's where it's highly important that they have a trusted team of advisors, whether it be someone like Dealer Solutions and Design, someone like Safeguard, the architect, a general contractor, someone saying, hey, look, we know the OE is saying that this Mercedes dealership has to have 15 bays based on the market. Maybe look at a potential add of 4 bays, whatever the case may be. They've got to be able to look around corners because at the end of the day, dealers have cracked the code on, hey, look, yes, we can make money selling vehicles, but man, we're getting wealthy and able to invest back into the business based on F&I and fixed operations. And they've got to be able to see that.
Eli, our audience today, we have a lot of general managers, fixed ops directors, and leaders from very, very successful dealer groups. I'd love to get your perspective because you have the unique perspective of when you're designing these facilities and helping dealerships find the success in fixed operations. There's a lot of traits that these high-performing dealerships possess. So what common operational practices do you see differentiating the top-performing service departments?
Yeah, great question, Sarah. They buy into alignments and they buy into tires. That's first and foremost. They understand, again, how big of a weapon and how big of a tool the service drive is. They understand that they need the adequate equipment to make sure that they can push those cells up. they have the space, and more importantly, they understand that they have to have good technicians. You can sit there and have the best facility in the world with the state of the art equipment, and if you don't have good technicians, it doesn't matter. In the sports world, we used to say it's not necessarily about the X's and O's; it's about the Jims and Joes. And I feel like that cannot be more true for service departments. These guys and girls, the technicians that are powerhouses, they're worth their weight in gold, and they know that. So you have to have a facility set up for for technician retention, which will lead to customer retention, which will lead to a successful dealership.
Great advice, Eli. And Paul, what retention strategies, including protection products, distinguish dealerships, these high performing groups that maintain strong customer loyalty?
I think we're seeing some focus on products that do drive retention. They're more traditionally protection products. Sometimes folks don't see a prepaid maintenance and oil change program as a protection product. They look at that as an expense, but that is something we see a lot of dealer groups focusing on, whether that be a giveaway or a very reasonably priced package to say you're going to get your 3 oil changes a year or 2 oil changes a year for X number of years. That is a way to guarantee visits back to the fixed operations department. And it's not just a prepaid maintenance. You can go past oil changes and incorporate wearable coverage, meaning pads and rotors and wiper blades, bulbs, hoses, things that traditionally just fell into the, hey, you own a car and this is your expense, so that live with it. But when you leave it to that, they can go anywhere and they don't have to come back to your service drive to do those, day-to-day common expenses of ownership. So dealers that are really buying into a prepaid maintenance program, whether that be wearables or just oil changes, are already taking the bull by the horns and getting ahead of the game. And I think that's probably a simple way to get started in guaranteeing retention.
Paul, that makes so much sense. And customers, they're communicating that they want to have these types of products that really protect them and make servicing their vehicle so much easier for them in terms of thinking about unforeseen costs. Everything has been going up year over year in terms of cost, and so this really helps protect some of that in the purchase process. What other operational efficiencies are you seeing, Paul, with variable ops performance, and how do these reinforce each other with operational efficiency in successful stores?
So I think it's even more important, given that the affordability issues that exist today are keeping consumers from jumping back into the new car maybe as quickly as they did in the past. So those products are being used more often. And if you can teach variable ops how important it is to stress that cost of ownership on all levels, and remind them that if you buy these protections today, as the world seems to explode in terms of it costs, parts prices, labor price increases, you're locking in today as a consumer what those expenses will be in the years to come. So you protect yourself as a consumer. So as variable ops learn to really sell that message and send that message to the consumers, they not only sell more products today, they drive those consumers back to the service drive. So it absolutely should be something that dealers are training their variable ops to understand what these products do for the health of the dealership. And then that goes back to my initial point of tying pay plans to retention as a piece, not simply profitability today.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Love it. Gentlemen, let me ask you for some immediate priorities for 2026. Here we are early in the year, still in May, okay? Eli, from your perspective at Dealer Solutions and Design, what small, no construction changes can the audience do to, let's say, boost efficiency or throughput immediately just some tips or best practices, anything you might want to share with the audience here today.
Yeah, so no construction involved.
Okay.
There are no plans for expansions or renovations. I think it's probably the most low hanging fruit, but make sure your technicians have the tools to be successful. If I'm hopeful that every service department in the country, they do their lift inspections, they do compressor servicing, because those things are like cars. Just making sure that the equipment's up to date, but give these technicians the right pieces of equipment to make their job easier, so that they're happier. They'll be able to move through those vehicles quicker, assuming there's not a bottleneck in the service drive, which that's a completely different conversation I'd rather not touch on right now. But just making sure the technicians have the tools required to do their job and to do it the most effective and efficient way possible.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. And Paul, from your perspective at Safeguard Products, what quick wins in F&I or customer retention programs can deliver measurable impacts, would you say, in this quarter?
I mean, I think the quick wins would be making sure you have a menu review and you optimize the bundles that you're offering to make sure that there is more coverages for the dollars spent by the consumers. I think they appreciate that. They want to know they're going to have a good experience, not just today in sales, but also in service. And they want to know they're getting a good value. And variable ops needs to play a part in selling that and explaining that to them. And then also making sure service departments are more connected than they used to be. Digital engagement with apps and status reminders, making sure scheduling the appointments are easier, and making sure the fixed ops departments, we've made a big push at Safeguard to not just work on the variable departments, but to work with the service advisors so they can quickly see what coverages the consumers bought at time of sale. So when somebody comes in, they don't need the consumer to say, oh, I notice you do have a tire and wheel coverage, or I notice you do have a prepaid maintenance. So the consumer doesn't then have to re-explain to service. So as the dealers connect fixed ops and service to their partners, that consumer experience, they feel the value, they feel they got their money's worth with the products bought up front. And I think that's the way to quickly tie the two together and make this business less siloed.
Makes a lot of sense. All right, gentlemen, Eli and Paul, last question for today. We're going to make this a lightning round, Sarah. I'll come to each of you. Eli first, then Paul, in a minute or less, okay? Same question for both of you. First one, Eli, what conversations should leadership have now to align service operations and retention strategies for the year? Eli, you first, and then Paul to bring us home.
Yeah, just the theme of the day for me is space, space, space. Make sure that you have the adequate space, that you are compliant with what the OEs are asking. You're able to calibrate the way you're supposed to calibrate, and you're giving your technicians the ability to perform their job as seamless as possible.
I love it. Okay. Paul, over to you.
Okay. 60 seconds or less, lightning round. I think how the dealers that will tie their technology to their processes, to the human connection they make with their customers, will give the consumers the understanding that this life cycle is not simply a one and done experience. It is a relationship between the consumer, the products, and the dealership. And then as dealers get a little more evolved, I think they need to start tying their service advisors and their F&I departments into monthly meetings so they understand they all are one team, and the consumers will feel that.
Love it. Sarah, what a breath of fresh air to hear these gentlemen and some of the discussion today.
It's amazing to hear all of the insights that Safeguard and Dealer Solutions and Design are bringing to the industry, Ted, and lots of exciting things in the year ahead.
We're excited to have you both here. For more information, Eli, for our audience who want to learn more about Dealer Solutions and Design, you know, we're seeing a lot of you now, okay? You're out on social media and you're talking about the fixed op space, and I mean that literally. It's so important. I know the website dsdteam.com. Eli, is that the best place for our audience to go to learn more about what Dealer Solutions and Design does?
It is, yeah, or LinkedIn. We have a very big LinkedIn presence. Meredith Eckert, our marketing and partnerships coordinator, does an incredible job. Go to Paul's LinkedIn or Safeguard's LinkedIn. We're able to get really creative. This partnership has allowed us to be unbelievably creative on variable and fixed with dealers with new builds and renovations, expansions, or even just if you're in brick and mortar and you don't have any plans to expand, reach out to Paul, reach out to someone on our team, reach out to me. I think dealers be really shocked at how creative we can get together.
And Paul, our audience knows who Safeguard Products is. I've heard that from a lot of folks. So you've got a great name in the industry. And the audience can also reach out to you, as Eli said, and at Safeguard. I think scrolling at the bottom here, in addition to dsdteam.com, we've got the Safe-Guard products, safeguardproducts.com URL. Paul, is that the best way to learn more about what Safeguard is offering?
Yeah, so I think safeguardproducts.com, the website, will give the audience an understanding of what we do overall as a company and what products we offer. But I would also, to Eli's point and your point, reach out through social media, LinkedIn in particular. I'm always there to answer questions. I think that's where you're going to get a more personal experience. And one thing I noticed about that is when I started more activity on the social media sites, it was really to reach out to dealers, general managers. But surprisingly, I have just as many inquiries from friends, colleagues, and that extended network of professionals that reach out to me about protection products, about maybe a problem they had or maybe an opportunity they might get to protect their next vehicle and ask some advice. So, for that personal experience, please reach out to me. I'm a believer in relationships. I'm never like a hard sell guy. I take my time. I get to know folks, and I'm really happy just to have the human connection and answer questions, whether or not it has any instant benefit or instant gratification for me today. I know in the long term, we all win when we work together, and that really speaks to why DSD and Safeguard partnered to begin with, to really tie the front and back together. And as dealers get a partner who serves the entire operation, it'll save them from the headaches of wondering who to call for what situation.
What a great combination, Safeguard Products and Dealer Solutions and Design. Want to thank today Eli Crawford and Paul Agosti for being with us on the roundtable. Great message, gentlemen, and thank you for all you do for the industry and bringing us forward. And it's exciting. Eli, I can't wait to see where this is going, in another 6 months to a year. I mean, it's getting stronger and stronger.
Thank you guys for everything.
Thank you for having us, Ted, Sarah. You guys are great as always, and I look forward to future talks.
Everybody, Eli Crawford and Paul Agosti here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
It's kind of a mix between a sense of pride and solving a problem.
When you are taking on a multi-million-dollar investment, you have one opportunity to do this right.
When the Jim Ellis team came to us, and when really any of our clients come to us, they say, hey, here's this box that this brilliant architect put together, and we need you to help us come up with the best flow put, the best throughput, and really the best design to help us maximize our efficiency in our service department. So when you walk into a finished project like this and you see your design and your layout, the equipment that the team put in, it's a really cool feeling.
Pride. It's just incredible that our small little company can accomplish something this grand, and we do it day in and day out.
"98% of customer experience is how well or how poorly you communicate." Well, how come my software partners spend 98% of their development on workflows? What if they spent 100% of their time on workflows and we spent 100% of our time on communication? Then we'd be able to truly create transformative experiences for customers And that's what True Video does.
Automotive Warranty Network is helping dealers stay buttoned up, protected, and ahead of the curve, because doing it right is the only way to do it.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have David Reinicke, president of Automotive Warranty Network. And Ted, lots of exciting content we're going to be discussing with David today.
Extremely timely. You're so right. Sarah, David Reinicke, president of Automotive Warranty Network. Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable, David.
Thanks, Ted. Thanks, Sarah. Great to see you as always.
Great to see you as well. Exciting times in our industry.
Yes, busy times.
Great time to be in fixed operations. And, we couldn't help but notice over the years now, the amazing culture at AWN, Automotive Warranty Network. And to start with, Sarah and I wanted to ask you a couple of questions about that and how you built it. And, I don't know if everybody's aware of it, but it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, so we really focus on our culture and our people are really what make the company, right? I mean, without our employees, there is no AWN. So, every one of we really focus on family culture, and it sounds really cliche to say family. And I know a lot of people say you shouldn't say family culture in a business, but truly that's what ours is. So, none of our employees are a number. Everybody has a name. Everybody has a family. We try our best to keep up with all the families, even though we're 100% remote almost. That becomes very difficult. But between Jamie and I, we really try to keep up with everybody's what's going on in their families, what's going on with their kids, that type of thing. So we really care about our people. I mean, and to that end, part of our culture is really giving back to our people. So we want to make sure that our people are well taken care of, that they have great health insurance, great benefits. So that's really what's cultivated, in my opinion, our culture. But beyond that, we really try to still stay personal with everybody. And again, that's really difficult being almost 100% remote, because as you can imagine, having people in almost 50 states now, it's very difficult to, connect everybody. But, part of that is everybody connects in groups. So one, manufacturer groups, where they can, have camaraderie online, visit, talk throughout the day, because that's very important, right? You don't just want to sit behind a computer and just process warranty claims all day. You want to have interaction with your peers, right? So, and another thing we do is we do team building events. So, and those are really fun, and actually Avery puts those together. But it's where we can get everybody together on a call for 15, 20 minutes. I mean, time is money in the industry, of course, but getting everybody to break away for a minute and play heads up remotely or something, right? So, really trying to bring everybody together, see everybody's faces. Another thing is Jamie and I are very personal again with everybody that works here. So, Jamie and I always do a remote meeting with everybody when they first start. And then, we try to do remote events, especially during the holidays and stuff, where we can get everybody on. And it's pretty massive. I mean, I think during one of the last ones we did, we had 290 people on one Teams call. Wow. So, kind of really getting everybody together to see everybody's faces, to learn about everybody. So that's really a big part of what's built our culture. And again, we just treat everybody with the same respect that they deserve. So they're our family. So,
David, it's incredible, again, what you've built and how Automotive Warranty Network got started, how it's continued to grow. And the culture, again, this is so critical in how dealerships, also experience AWN, and how you and your team work with them on all of these day-to-day pieces. So how does culture show up when it comes to the dealership side of the equation? How does your team work directly with them in the day-to-day?
Sure. So that's a great question. And so what we've built, I feel like, in our employees extends to our dealerships and our clients, right? And I say our clients, but I always like to refer to them as our partners, because really they're our business partners. So it really extends to providing great customer service to our clients. And in turn, what really ends up happening is our employees, our warranty administrators, build relationships with their dealerships. So, our admins are a resource that the dealerships can reach out to, and they talk on a daily basis. They build that relationship, and then in a lot of cases, they end up, honestly sending Christmas gifts to each other, or a card or something. So it gets that personal, that they create that extended family bond with our clients. So, and we bond well with dealer groups and dealerships that embrace the same culture that we have, right? So we have a lot of partners out there, a lot of groups that we work with that have really great cultures that match ours. So when you have two great cultures, they really match up well together, and you end up with a really great product and a really great relationship. So.
And David, you and Sarah and I have seen together some amazing cultures, as you said, in the dealerships that you represent, and that we've all had a chance to be in. And just to kind of take it a step further, if I may, what specific challenges in the dealership are you helping solve at AWN, and why are those areas so critical right now for our industry and fixed operations?
Sure. So obviously, warranty administration is what we're trying to solve, right? And so, I always talk about warranty, but that's what I know. I'm not in a dealership, so we're professionals at this craft. So proper warranty administration is what we're trying to help dealerships solve. But that goes beyond the day-to-day just submission of a warranty claim and what that entails, right? So on a day-to-day basis, we're looking at each warranty claim, making sure it's compliant with policy and procedure, making sure it's going to get submitted properly, making sure it's going to stick, making sure it's not going to get charged back. And then we're helping the dealership personnel understand their roles and responsibilities in the process. So, we're dealing with an end product, right? The finished warranty claim. But, we're looking at what the technician's done, what the advisor's done. So by the time it gets to us, we have to either go back and correct it, or there's no correction that can be done, and we're dealing with a product that's damaged, if you will, I guess. So a lot of the challenges we're also helping dealerships with is the training portion of it. So by processing claims on a daily basis, we can identify the deficiencies in the process, who the deficiencies belong to, and then we get with the dealership to help them train those individuals. In a lot of cases, we actually end up going out and visiting the dealership and working with the dealership on those specific issues, working with the technicians, face to face. So again, warranty administration is what we're trying to help dealerships solve. But extended beyond that is compliance. Compliance is huge right now because audits are really big right now. So in 2025, I was looking back at it before we got on the call. We had 75 audits throughout the whole year, which was drastically up from 2024. In 2026 so far, here we are at the beginning of May, mid-May, and we've already had 75, 80 audits, and we're almost getting notifications daily of dealerships that are going through audits. So, I know I'm always, on all these panels that we do, I'm always talking about audits, and David's a broken record on audits, but it's so important right now. And there's a couple things I'd like to share with you guys that I think what's driving some of this. So I'd like to share my screen for a minute. And I'm not a presentation guy, so this isn't a presentation. It's just a few slides here. But for a different project this week, I went through over a 5-year span, what has warranty increased? And through an average of a lot of our clients here, this is what I found for various manufacturers of an increase over a 5-year period. So these are increments of $100,000 per month in warranty reimbursements from the manufacturer. So you can see that dramatically it's gone up from, in some cases up to, we have some clients that get reimbursed over $1 million a month in warranty reimbursement.
Wow.
So it's not unheard of, to be in this, $700,000-800,000 range. I mean, it's very, very common to have clients in that range. So, clients that were doing warranty 5 years ago that were, collecting $200,000 a month or less, are collecting five, six, seven, $800,000 a month now. So, that's why I really highlight the importance of proper warranty administration and the training aspect for the technicians and advisors and the service staff, and what they're doing on a day-to-day basis, because the warranty reimbursement is so great now, and that's great for the dealerships, but it's causing manufacturers to come around and audit more frequently. So that's what our education process is really trying to educate dealerships that this is happening more frequently, and this is why I think it is. But which again is great, but we need to tighten up the processes and make sure everybody's firing on all cylinders and making sure that the work's buttoned up. So with that being said, the dealership has provided a lot of metrics from the manufacturer in most cases that help them manage their warranty. So I pulled a couple of examples here of various manufacturers that offer metrics to help dealerships understand what's going on in their warranty submissions, right? So again, most manufacturers provide this, and this is a way for you to manage whether you're going to get an audit or if it's a periodic audit situation with some manufacturers. This information will help you guide how damaging that audit will be, right? Or how you can mitigate audit loss. So, I really encourage dealerships to look at these metrics. I'm not going to go into depth on these because I'm not the pro at doing this. I mean, we have a full department that looks at these things on a daily basis for all of our clients. But, these are things that are provided to most dealerships, most manufacturers. So, and again, looking at these numbers and looking at these metrics and understanding these metrics will help guide whether you'll be selected for an audit, or again, what your potential loss would be, or mitigating that loss, or that kind of thing. So,
wow, we are hearing a lot of information lately about audits and concerns about there in the market, and you're on top of that, and some of the data that you've got there, so you can actually help the dealer identify potential risks or perhaps threats to the dealership as well. And
yes. So for our clients, I mean, we do this regularly. So we're regularly looking at these reports for them, meeting with them, helping them understand these reports, and then helping again, advising on how you could lower these numbers. So in some cases, maybe a dealership is high in diagnostic time, right? And that's seen by the red that I showed you for the labor, right? Or maybe there's too much straight time being used, too much ZM time, or whatever the case may be. So we might advise a dealership that we might need to come down on diagnostic time, or and I know nobody wants to do that, but I mean, if you're higher than the region, then you need to look at that and make some adjustments so that you can make sure you're tidied up. And certainly, again, if it's all justified, substantiated, documented, then by all means, you get that time. But we want to make sure if a tech has 1/10 punched in diagnostic time, we're not claiming 3 hours, right? Or whatever the case may be. So.
It's incredible information, David, and it's a lot to take in. I know our audience, general managers, service directors, there's so much that they have to pay attention to when it comes to the customer experience. And a lot of the focus that they're having, like you highlighted, they're having to cultivate the culture with their employees. They're having to, be that leader and help, guide the customer in the processes in the day-to-day. And what you're describing when it comes to the audits and making sure that these behind the scenes pieces are operating effectively. David, just a quick follow-up question to that. What are you seeing be some of the most routine pitfalls when it comes to audits, and what advice would you give to dealers, looking to examine their current process?
Sure. So the most common things we're seeing are, punch times, When it comes to an audit situation, which is down the line, the biggest one by far is one-time use parts and proper repair procedures. So I can't stress how important that one is, because without exception, every manufacturer is hitting on that, right? So really emphasizing to your technicians, especially since we're getting these labor rate increases and these parts markup increases and the additional pay that the dealerships are getting, making sure that the technicians are following the proper policy and procedure. So going through the repair manual, I get it. Maybe the technician's done this repair 100 times and they know what to do, and they did it on last model year, but this next model year is different, right? And so even though they know how to repair the vehicle, there's a different repair procedure for that. There's different one-time use parts. So making sure the technician goes through those repair manuals for those repairs, making sure they're getting all the one-time use parts, because again, I can't stress it enough, that's number one, the biggest audit chargeback that we're seeing across our dealer body. So, that's the number one chargeback item, I would say. On a routine basis, another thing would be, or I should say a daily basis, would be parts returns. So we see a lot of chargebacks for parts returns. So, we get the repair order, the parts department has the part, we submit it, it gets paid, but the part never got returned by the parts department, right? So then it gets debited back by the manufacturer, and then we have to chase it back and say, we need to send this part back. Oh, we scrapped it. So, that's another big one on an ongoing basis, is making sure parts returns are correct, right? So, and to the other thing you said, Sarah, it is really tough, right? I mean, dealers are managing so much stuff, like customer facing, culture, and then they have to look at these metrics too. But these metrics are unfortunately real. All these metrics are generated by warranty claim submission. Manufacturers are slicing and dicing this information. And I get it. It's another thing to worry about, another thing to look at. But especially right now in the industry, it's so very important, because the audits are going to come. And, what I see a lot of is that, I don't have time to pay attention to this. I don't have time to pay attention to this. I don't have time to pay attention to this. And then, boom, 6 months later, 8 months later, the manufacturer comes in. It's like, I should have looked at this like 8 months ago, right? So I really emphasize, again, look at these reports now. Again, we do this for our clients. If you're not our client, we're happy to help you out with it. We do charge for it if you're not our client, but we're happy to help you decipher these reports, understand these reports, look at these reports, and meet with your staff, and just assist in the process. So,
David, that's good to know. If a dealer or a dealer group, because you work with both, still chooses to go it alone, okay, in this day and age, in the middle of 2026, they're really at a disadvantage, because you've got access to a lot of this great information. I should say more important information, okay, that they need to have on their radar. They need to be looking at, because you're giving them a lot of useful information that, you're right, if they're not looking at it, they have the old traditional warranty administrator. This may be neglected until late in the process, when it's too late.
Sure. And that's a great point. I mean, we have 1,600 dealerships, and, throughout various manufacturers, we might have 60, Audi stores, for instance, or 250 Ford stores. So we see a lot. And so, for that lone Ford store out there, or that, whatever manufacturer, they might not have had an audit for a year, 2 years, or whatever the case may be, but we see a lot of them. So, we can help today to tell you, what is going on in the industry, what's going on in the world of this manufacturer, and here's what to look out for, here's what to tighten up today, so that you can minimize that audit risk, right? Or minimize the audit loss.
David, for our audience, this is, of course, an incredibly timely topic. And as you mentioned, becoming more urgent than ever for dealers to be paying attention to in their day-to-day operations. What's the best first step when it to find out more information? How do they learn more and get started?
Yeah, sure. So, and I get it. It's not an exciting thing, but it is, again, a real thing. I would say, to get started, if you're doing it in-house, I would say pull a sample set of, 10, 15, 20 repair orders randomly, and inspect them. Look to see if you have customer signatures, look to see if you have proper punch times, look to see if you have signed add-on repairs, and make sure those 15 or 20 are correct. Again, if you need our help in that process, we offer mock auditing services where we can look at that for you. And, our services are pretty reasonable, and probably less than one claim that gets charged back in an audit, right? So, but I would suggest that's where you start. Also pulling that warranty scorecard or that trend report that I showed an example of. Again, it varies by manufacturer, but they're all kind of saying the same thing: cost per VIN, vehicle service, add-on repair rates, labor rates. So I'd encourage them to pull that report, look at it. If you understand it yourself, great. If you don't understand it, give us a call. We'll help you out with it. But I think those would be the two starting points: is to inspect a sample set of claims and look at that report.
I'd encourage our entire audience to reach out to Automotive Warranty Network. Whether you are, going it alone or thinking about the resources that David's company has is tremendous. Sarah, there was a dealer who reached out to me, and David knows this, yesterday, and wanted information, and got in touch with AWN. And you're a big advocate for the industry, and David, you know what's going on. So this is going to continue to be more and more important as we go through the year. And thank you for sharing some of these metrics and some of these reports, because quite frankly, I don't know that everybody's aware that this even exists. So there we go.
Yeah, no, and I don't know if everybody does either, and I'm happy to share. And I know I talk about this all the time, and I'm going to continue to talk about it because it's the most important thing in the warranty arena right now. But I just happen to be at my desk today, so I'm able to have a few visual aids at my hands. So,
all right, important stuff, super important, great information, Sarah.
It is, Ted. And for our audience today, to learn more, awninc.com is the website. And David Reinicke is the president here joining us today. And Ted, as always, incredible information from Automotive Warranty Network.
AWN, everybody, you'll find them all over the Fixed Ops Roundtable. They are the source, number one in the industry. And you just heard the number of dealers that they work with. And David, that number keeps going up. So
every day.
Keep up the great work. And as that goes up, the number of AWN employees and the culture, all that continues to build. So great job.
To thrive and grow, and we expand our family. So,
all right, super. And thank you for all you do for the industry and for Fixed Ops. So,
well, thank you to Ted and Sarah, and I appreciate you guys having me on.
David Reinicke, everybody, president of the Automotive Warranty Network. Reach out to them on the web, awninc.com. David Reinicke, here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you.
The business model of Automotive Warranty Network has always been to provide the very best service we can to automotive dealerships. We believe very much in partnerships, so we partner with dealerships to help them process their warranty repair orders the best they can, but also stay compliant with a manufacturer policy and procedure.
Dealerships, some of them don't understand the importance of the supporting documentation. The repairs are performed, manufacturer is going to come in and audit them. That supporting documentation needs to stand up in an audit. If not, those monies will be charged back to the dealership. So, important thing that our team provides the dealerships is the information where the supporting documentation does not support the repairs performed, where they could lose those monies in an audit.
Audits are not scary. Audits are actually fantastic learning experiences. I am a big proponent for audits. I am not perfect. I do not think anybody is perfect. AI isn't even perfect. It is such a learning experience, and manufacturers are looking for things differently every year, and it keeps us on our toes. Then I know that I could take that information that I gather and provide it to my other dealerships and say, hey, we need to stay on top of these things.
We offer full warranty administration services from beginning to end, from reviewing technician comments and punch times, looking up and applying labor operations and times in the DMS, and transmitting to the manufacturer for payment. We then follow up on claims daily and account for any differences in payment.
SWAT stands for Specialized Warranty Assistance Team. We provide coverage for admins who could be taking vacation, if there's family medical leave, bereavement, sick time. So we provide coverage so that there's no hiccup between the admin being out and the dealer having their work processed.
we developed an application called CARS, which stands for Claim Accountability and Reporting System, which is a reporting tool that we use to help dealerships improve in their processes. So it's a tool that we use to identify how frequently compliance issues are happening in a dealership. And we can tell dealerships how frequently those problems are happening, which of their staff members is happening with. And then we also offer training to help educate those particular staff members on the types of issues that they're having and help them improve.
I think the biggest thing I love about this company is the owners. David and Jamie, they care about us. They encourage us to do training. They encourage us to make sure that we're master certified in our car lines.
When I started with AWN, we had 30 employees and about 167 clients. Currently, year to date, we're at 1,500 clients and 340 employees and growing. It's pretty amazing. The people that are with us, our clients, we love them. It's a pretty amazing place to be right now.
Join us at the Rohrman Automotive Group with Nick Ruffolo and the leaders of Automotive Warranty Network.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we are with the Rohrman Automotive Group here at Schaumburg Kia for the big store grand opening. It's Ted, a great panel with us this morning.
And it's humbling, Sarah, to be invited in for a big day like they're going to have today at Rohrman. Nick Ruffolo is the Fixed Ops Director. Nick, welcome back and thanks for having us.
Thank you. Thanks for coming and being a part of this and our grand opening later today. So thank you.
And also some other thanks for people on the panel, if you wouldn't mind introducing them.
Yes, I actually have Jake over here to my right and David over from AWN that do our provide all of our warranty and processing, our third party. Yes.
Yeah, amazing partnership. And Jake and David, thank you for helping to alert us to this great opportunity with Rohrman.
Absolutely. Rohrman's a great group. They're a great partner to us. So we're happy to be here, Lord. Thank you.
Well, Nick, from Rohrman's perspective, what does working with Automotive Warranty Network look like day to day, and where have you seen the biggest impact?
That's a great question. Working day by day with the crew over at AWN and the team and the partnership that we developed over north of 10 years, open line of communication, and constantly looking at a process that we have into developing it together as a team, as partnership, to keep performing at a higher level and addressing the needs that we need for warranty.
I think partnership's the best way to put it. I mean, we want to be not just processing your warranty claims, but, providing you that feedback on compliance, what to look for, helping train with your technicians and advisors, service staff. So it's, you guys have been great to work with, and it's been a great partnership. So
it has. And, I can't say any more than just, again, with the open line of communication and your team just constantly staying in tune and what we have going on. And with our monthly recaps and follow-ups, and like you said, with the additional training on areas of opportunity where we could do better, with the eyes above us, the eyes in the sky, watching what we're doing on a day-to-day basis, which is great.
And that's a testament to your team too, because criticism isn't always easy to take. We all get defensive when we're critiquing work, but it's just partnership working hand in hand and being open to getting better.
But your team wants to hear that, and that's what I like. That's what I like about it.
Absolutely.
We're big into the partnerships that we have out there that are part of our team. So it's not as if they work outside of the state or not even within our region. They feel they're next door with us. It's great.
Nick, I want to ask you about specific challenges that AWN helps you solve. But first, it's impossible not to notice the facilities. Last year, you invited us out to the Honda dealership. Amazing, amazing facility. One of the largest we've ever seen. And here at Kia, I tell you, the people that are here already today are telling us this is one of the most amazing structures they've ever seen for retail automotive. And there's got to be a lot of warranty that's going to be involved with these as well.
Oh, there is. And, again, the compliance aspect on AWN, keeping us tight on what we have and what we're constantly doing is a big win. But our facilities, they're elaborate, and we do it for the customers. We owe this to the customers, and our employees and our trainers. So that's that.
And you've seen the growth in this organization over the last 10 years. Tell us a little bit about that and working with your team.
Well, from the group's perspective, you can definitely see the growth. Obviously we measure it from the warranty side. We're not here boots on ground or in the dealerships on a day-to-day basis, but from the growth in the dealerships and the volume of warranty, you can definitely see the growth in the organization. And then, seeing, your social engagements and, the stuff that happens, on the social media and local reply stuff. You can definitely tell the organization's very involved with the community and very involved with their employees. And that's such a great culture because that really matches our culture. And again, makes us a great extension of your organization because we match that way, right? So
I was going to say, Jake, I think AWN really aligns really well on the culture side.
Absolutely. On the social media presence, you see LinkedIn, they're constantly putting time and resources into their people. And I feel like we do that too. It's been a great partnership. We really have to have the same goals throughout the year. And I think that the Rohrman Automotive Group and AWN definitely have that.
To piggyback on what you just said, about having the same goals, I totally can attest to that. But understanding individual goals and understanding what our goals are and then mirroring up to where our goals are at for us to achieve them is truly a part.
Well, Nick, this is such an incredible opportunity to be here at Schaumburg Kia. And David, in thinking about AWN and all of the different dealerships that you're helping nationwide, what specific challenges are you helping to solve, and why are those areas more critical than ever right now?
I think the biggest challenge is, and I know I talk about this a lot on these panels we do and everything, but we're really helping dealerships be compliant with manufacturer's policy and procedure. I think from our arena, that's just the biggest thing right now. Again, I know I talk about it all the time, but it's just the biggest thing we're dealing with right now. So, helping Nick and his group and his different dealerships that he's working with, stay compliant and look at these warranty claims individually on a daily basis and, saying this one's not compliant because of this, or this is going to get charged back because of that, or, make sure you're signing your add-on repairs or whatever the case may be. So like Nick said a minute ago, we're kind of his eyes and ears out there, right? So we have a lot of people that are, charged with, overseeing his various stores. And, we can bring things to Nick's attention that maybe he's not, intimate with on a daily basis necessarily, but we are. So, but the shorter answer to your question is that the biggest challenge we're faced with is just making sure warranty claims are compliant, we're getting them submitted timely, and any concerns we're bringing to, the store's attention, Nick's attention, and, working as a team to get them addressed. So,
well, we all know the warranty dollars are great, right? And it's ours when we've been compliant, so definitely us as line, the manufacturer has no problem paying us, but we got to stay compliant.
Absolutely.
And along the ways you're constantly learning too, which is great. Thank you.
Nick, Sarah and I look forward, as well as Jake and David, to meeting the people of Schaumburg Kia and Rohrman today.
I can't wait for you guys to.
Yeah, not just the leaders, but the people who actually are, working on the vehicles, working with the customers, and the culture you've built is just amazing. There.
Thank you. Yes, it is. Culture is key in the Rohrman organization. You can have the best people and the best processes, but you got to have the culture to, get the ingredients out there and make that nice cake.
People are what make your organization, right?
Yeah.
You can't do it without the people, and you got to.
Our customers come back for the people.
Yeah,
absolutely. That's right.
It's about the people. And then we like to fall in love with our customers. Okay.
Absolutely. Thanks, Sarah. Unbelievable. Great stuff.
Yeah, it's an incredible day here at TED, and it's an honor to have AWN here with us at Schaumburg Kia and the Rohrman Automotive Group.
I'm Ted Ings with Sarah Van Tyne. We're here with Nick Ruffolo at the Rohrman Automotive Group, Schaumburg Kia, with our great friends at AWN, David Reinicke and Jake Trott. We're going to be right back.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We are here at NADA 2026. I'm Vanessa Collins, joined by
Katrina Ness, and we are here in the Automotive Warranty Network booth with Jason Tuck and David Reinicke. Thank you guys for joining us today.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, so tell us, for our viewers who aren't quite sure, what exactly is Automotive Warranty Network?
So we process warranty claims on an outsourced basis for car dealerships. So basically we would take the position of a warranty administrator in a dealership and help dealerships do that on an outsourced basis. We have really experienced warranty administrators, but we also help dealerships stay compliant with policy and procedure, make sure that when they have a manufacturer's audit, they have the best outcome. So we really just take it A to Z and help them claim that money. So.
Yeah, and with the convention just starting today, what are you guys looking forward to for this 2026 NADA, and what do you see coming along for the week?
Yeah, so we're excited to be here at NADA. This is like our 25th show, something like that. So, we're just excited for partnerships, meet new partners, see our current partners, just see the amazing growth that we're experiencing and sharing that with whoever comes by the booth.
It's a great networking opportunity when we're here in person, because a lot of times we don't get those opportunities, David.
No, you see people that, we connect with our clients remotely on a daily basis, but it's one opportunity for everybody to be under the same roof. One of our favorite things is seeing our clients come to our booth, shake their hand, meet them face to face. So that's one of the favorite things we get out of the show. So.
Absolutely.
So what is new with Automotive Warranty Network? What are you wowing the crowd here at NADA 2026?
So it's not really wowing it, but one thing we want to help dealerships know about is audits. That's a really big deal this year. It was a really big deal in 2025. We're in February now. We've already had 15 audits for dealerships. So the manufacturers are auditing. So we're really trying to emphasize compliance, making sure dealers get the money they're entitled to, but also get to keep it, because it's never fun. If we're collecting, $200,000 for a client on a monthly basis, but then they get hit with an audit for, $300,000. I mean, that's not a fun experience. So that's really the thing we're trying to emphasize, I think, this year.
Yeah, and one thing that we really focus on, and we've said it before, and we'll continue saying it, is we take payments from the manufacturer, not loans. The dealership works way too hard to receive that income, just to see it fly back out the door. So we really do preach compliance and taking payments, not loans from the manufacturer.
Absolutely. Jason, talk to us about having a good partner when it comes to dealing with all these legalities and everything along the lines of that.
Well, it's all about education. A lot of times dealers, whether they want to read that 450-page policy manual, or maybe there's some laziness going on in the shop, they just need to be trained and educated. So that's one thing that we really do as a side portion of our company. Is we do warranty processing, we take over that role, but we also do training and education for the dealerships, and it's all about getting that in front of the technicians and the people that are responsible for their job roles and warranty, so that they're compliant and they keep that money. So
and it's really about the partnership. So again, we need a dealership to participate with us in the process. So if we're preaching compliance and you're texting to do this, advisors need to do that, and it's falling on deaf ears, that's we want to help the dealership be a really good partner to us and helping us in that process. So
partnership with the dealership, partnership with the manufacturer.
Yep.
So
absolutely, that's so crucial. It's all about the relationships and working cohesively together.
100%. So it is a new year. It's 2026. What is on the horizon for you? What are you keeping on your radar for Automotive Warranty Network and the automotive industry?
One of the biggest things we're focused on in our company is utilizing technology more. So I'm not going to say AI, because that's kind of a buzzword in my opinion, but we are focused on automating more tasks, more processes, things that can make the warranty administration process easier. We have partnerships going with some of the DMS providers, like Jason said, the manufacturers. So just trying to streamline the process and utilize technology to its fullest. So
replace the redundancy, right?
Yep.
Be more efficient.
Not people.
Yeah, no, we're never going to replace AI. It's a complicated word. Not a lot of people understand it. It's there to assist, not replace that employee. So how can we help them be more efficient with technology available to us? So.
Absolutely. Well, it's all about the people and being in person, the connections and the relationships. So we're happy to be here with you guys at NADA 2026. And for those of you online viewing, stay tuned, because we have a lot more content to come.
Learn how Strategic Source is changing how dealers think about procurement and profitability.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Van Tyne here with Ted Ings. Today we have the Strategic Source panel. And Ted, lots of exciting things that Strategic Source is bringing to the industry.
Sarah, you're so right. We've heard a lot about Strategic Source. We're very honored today to have Chris Austin, the Chief Revenue Officer, with us. Chris, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you so much, Ted and Sarah. It's a pleasure to be on here. I'm excited to chat with you and nice to be on here today. So thank you for having me. I'm excited about this opportunity.
Well, Chris, to kick things off, our audience, this is the first time Strategic Source is on the roundtable. So for our audience today, what is Strategic Source and how did you get into automotive?
Sure. Yeah, great question. So Strategic Source has been around for roughly 30 years, 25 specifically in automotive. Who we are, we're an outsourced purchasing organization that really guides businesses in a few areas. Before I start that, we're Minnesota based. We serve all 50 states. We've worked in parts of Canada as well, but mainly a US focused. A few little pieces on us. We are supplier independent. What that means is, yes, we have relationships with suppliers, what we call certified suppliers, but we don't take as much of a cup of coffee from them. We work on behalf of our clients, renegotiate on their behalf. And really the value they see with our suppliers are the relationships, working with high performing suppliers, competitively priced, great service, great name in the community. And are providing great service levels, whether it's a product or service. But yeah, we have a lot of what we call certified supplier relationships. That's up to 100 plus and growing. So we vetted high performing suppliers and confidently recommend those to our clients. But what we found over time in the automotive space is that most dealers, they have such special relationships within the community. A lot of their suppliers are, purchasing trucks or service or parts from the dealerships, and they want to work with those customers as well. So a lot of what we focus on is our benchmarks to improve their pricing. Unless they have an issue with service or quality of products, then we can quote and renegotiate or go out for competitive quotes with competing suppliers. But yeah, we're an educator in spend management and profitability. Really shifted our focus to on expense management to improving profitability, especially as sales are fluctuating. But what we do and how we get there is really spend planning and mapping. We end up renegotiating with current suppliers about 50% of the time, keeping the relationships they have in place. We quote with competing suppliers in the area, whether you're local, regional, or national. We audit suppliers for price compliance. A lot of dealerships don't have time to audit their suppliers, for instance, their uniform contract. Are we paying the correct amount for the pants, the shirts, the jackets, the mats, and so on? So that's a big piece. We implement our solutions. So we bring back multiple options to our clients. They select supplier A, B, C, or D. We implement that and audit, make sure the pricing is correct, and then also manage their contracts. That's a huge gap today. Dealerships have multiple locations, multiple managers that manage these contracts. They're decentralized. So contract management has been a big focus. But we really got our start in automotive. We're based out of Minnesota. We started here actually locally with the Saturn franchises. And this was about 25 years ago. So worked with a single point Saturn franchise, and that grew. They were part of a larger 50 store group. So really we're exposed to other segments within this 50 store group. So we really grew from referrals, word of mouth, 20 group presentations, manufacturers we're working with, and also state associations. But what we realized, yes, we've been in other industries, manufacturing, restaurants, hotels, banks, airports, and whatnot. But what we found, there's a huge gap in the auto space. That's how we got our start, is that 95% of dealerships are decentralized, meaning they don't have a dedicated purchasing procurement team shopping expenses. This typically falls on department heads, fixed ops managers, CFOs, controllers, general managers, principals, and whatnot. So, which is really not their primary focus to renegotiate, or they really don't have the expertise or the kind of the background to do that. So we saw a gap there and really grew in automotive based on this gap in the business and focusing on profitability, managing expenses, reducing expenses. But we find that automotive groups tend to really focus on selling more and service and parts. So, outsourcing this function has been a big deal because we found that to put a Band-Aid on expenses, a lot of dealers just say, hey, let's put more into marketing, let's put more into advertising, we'll just sell more, and hopefully that expense problem goes away, which we found it doesn't unless you have a strategic plan in place.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
One other thing on that is the DMS systems. As we dig into the different DMS systems, it's a huge area of expense, but this is where all their suppliers are hosted. And when we initially started out, we thought there were 20 areas of expenses. Little did we find out that that's up to 160 different areas of expenses. You start breaking down those GL codes within the DMS system. So big opportunity, but automotive's been awesome to work with. We've learned a ton, or still learning, and it's been a great industry to serve.
We are aware that you are squarely in automotive, for sure, with retailers, with dealers. And Chris, tell us again, what is your role, Chris Austin's role with Strategic Source?
Yeah, so I'm the CRO of sales and marketing here at Strategic Source. I've been doing this since college, since my junior year of college. So I've been exposed to really every department here, the assessment side, the sourcing, client services, audit, and now sales and marketing. So it's been a challenge to be in each area, but a fun challenge to learn how all the departments kind of work together. But been a great learning experience, I would say, just the knowledge of the business challenges of our clients, the lack of profitability focus, and how a good, plan can really positively, change a business. So I've been involved in different speaking engagements, state associations, different boards we're a part of, and 20 groups. But I think a lot of what I've learned in the auto space is, been on the client management side, working with the executives and management teams, being part of their monthly meetings, really part of budget planning, key decisions on their supplier base, and really the direction of the business, where they're growing. We've seen a ton of acquisitions in the dealership space the last 5 years. So for our team and myself to be part of those meetings, it's fun. It's fun to see the growth and the planning and the key decisions that come from with these meetings, and what that means to the future and all the employees that follow. But also the sourcing experience too, working directly with our client suppliers. You get insight into the supplier pricing and benchmarks. You also get insight into high-performing suppliers as well as low-performing suppliers. So it's been a big learning curve for me and our business as we've worked really intimately with our clients.
Well, Chris, you've set the stage for our audience today. You've gone through quite a bit with what Strategic Source is doing in the history in the industry. I want to flip the conversation a little bit to talk about some of the challenges right now that dealerships are facing, because, as Ted and I see at many discussions across the Fixed Ops Roundtable, the cost of goods and services, continues to rise. The costs of parts, the costs of everything is going up. And so a lot of dealers are facing challenges when it comes to revenue and opportunities to retain customers and keep all of those pieces in their ecosystem. So what challenges are you seeing, across Strategic Source that dealerships are facing today?
So we just had our all-company meeting yesterday here in Savage, Minnesota, and we talked about a lot of these challenges, what our clients are facing today, and what we can do to kind of navigate and help them through that. But a few common trends we saw the last few days in terms of our meetings, inconsistent sales based on the brands. This has been a common theme, I would say, for the last 2 to 3 years, where you have high months, low months, but it really depends on the brands and manufacturers that our dealers have. We work with single points all the way up to a lot of these mega groups that have multiple brands. But that's been inconsistent is the sales. Going back to COVID, when dealerships were selling cars before they hit the lot. It was a way different world we were in 5 to 6 years ago compared to where we're at today. But profitability challenges have been the biggest theme we've seen as a company. in terms of where our clients stand today. Big focus on profitability, reducing expenses, but a lot of dealers don't know where to start. They know they have an issue, but with all those 160 different areas that we're seeing today, where do you start? Where do you even begin? Where is that information sitting? We're seeing expenses on the rise, but unsure where to begin or how to attack the expenses. How do we know if our pricing is competitive today without benchmarks, without price comparisons to understand where you sit? Dealers, the management teams are really thinly staffed. This is something we're seeing as a common theme in the dealer space today, where department heads going back to fixed ops directors, general managers, CFOs, controllers, a lot of this renegotiating tends to fall on those department heads. And we know that's not their primary focus, right? A lot of, going to the fixed ops, they're focused on sales or, service and parts. So renegotiating is a struggle in terms of where do we begin and what are we comparing our pricing to? Price creep is a big thing. Sarah, I think you mentioned that too, but price creep, really every department is seeing some kind of price increase and inflation.
Yes.
So, one of the things that was discussed yesterday was uniforms and laundry in particular. One of our new clients we just brought on, just realized a 72% increase in uniforms. I don't think I've heard of an increase that significant that they weren't aware of until they dug into their invoices or statements they were getting from the suppliers. So really having a firm grasp on your expenses down to the item level, matching that up to the contract is a common theme that we're seeing that not a lot of dealers have time for.
Mm-hmm.
But we know it's an area of focus. Shipping costs have gone up. FedEx, UPS type of expenses, shipping parts and letters next day, and ground. All of those shipping costs have gone up significantly. But we're seeing a trend, and this has been a consistent number. Most dealerships are overspending by an average of 25, and this has been consistent for the last 25 years, building on the 25 number. So if dealers are wondering, what's the opportunity? How much am I overspending? This has been consistent, whether you're a one-store group or you have 60 to 80 locations. On average, 25% is going out the window in terms of indirect expenses, office supplies, telephone systems, computers, waste and recycling, whatever it may be.
So, Chris, it sounds like Strategic Source knows what to look for. You are very familiar with this space and are witnessing all the things that we are hearing about from our clients. So for the folks watching today, dealers, managers, decision makers who have a lot of these expenses, and you just mentioned a few now that are, sort of kind of the ones that maybe even fly under the radar because we assume that those are fixed costs and they seem to be quite variable. How can you help our audience, and how can our audience reach out to you and get more information and take the next step? And what if they just have questions and want to run some things by you? How can all that work?
So how we help dealers, really it's by setting up a predictable, proven plan to attack expenses. And really this involves really the management team and key decision makers. So we really start off with the DMS extract for the last 12 months. Whatever your DMS system is, most of your suppliers are stored in there. We're looking for a rolling 12-month history, as well as credit card spend. A lot of dealers are using credit cards to pay suppliers as well, so we want to incorporate that. Start getting contracts centralized. Move away from decentralized to centralizing all those contracts. Start managing those electronically so there are no surprises or auto renewals. So we get those in place. We do interviews with the management team to understand what are, so it's not just about bringing on the least expensive supplier. It's really looking at, what's important to you, service levels. Do you want someone local or regional or a national presence? But really trying to understand how they're making decisions as a management team. Every dealership group is a little different, so there's no copy and paste in terms of the questions we ask. But really setting up a monthly plan, prioritizing those expenses on a monthly basis. The client agrees to that, and then we follow that. And we meet once a month, and we go over every recommendation, analysis, contract that need to be aware of, audit results, and just overall decisions. So that lasts about an hour. But it really gets buy-in from the team. Every department has a say, in terms of the suppliers they're working with and how they're making decisions. So it's just really getting instead of a reactive approach, it's a proactive approach with the full management team in place. But in terms of getting set up with us, we'll have a QR code at the end of the presentation as well. My email should be on there, caustin@strategicsource.com if you have any questions or want to understand what the opportunity is within your group. But all my contact information will be on there, and we'd be happy to assist and jump on and learn more about your dealership.
Ted, it's exciting to hear all of the ways that a strategic source is really helping dealerships monitor these expenses and think about how they can be more profitable and more mindful with the revenue that they have coming into the dealership.
Very timely, Sarah. You're right. And as we mentioned, we're hearing a lot about this right now in our industry. So, Chris, thank you so much for being with us. Chris Austin, everybody, at Strategic Source. You can reach out to them. strategicsource.com on the web. You see Chris's email down below. And Chris, we'd like to invite you back, and maybe on the next upcoming event, maybe perhaps we get some feedback from some dealers who have experienced some of these cost increases and some of the things that they're working on now with you. And I think that'd be very fascinating and super timely, Chris, for right now, what's happening in the industry.
Yes, we'd be happy to see you guys in person and meet everyone, and look forward to the opportunity. So thank you again for having me on. It was a pleasure to be on with you both, and appreciate the time today. Thank you so much.
Chris Austin, everybody, with Strategic Source, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Our clients really come from all sorts of industries, but they have one thing in common. They've reached a certain level of success, but they know they're overspending in certain areas. And so that's where we come in, is to help them keep more of the money that they make.
We become an extension of your team, and our role is really to reduce your spend across your expense categories.
Once you've had the chance to work with us, you gain financial peace knowing that your expenses are well taken care of, so you can have the business you truly desire.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We are here at NADA 2026 in Las Vegas. I'm Katrina Ness, joined by
Vanessa Collins, and we are at the Axle One booth, joined by Prasad Volie. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Thanks for dropping by.
Yeah, so for those that don't know, tell us exactly what Axle One does for our industry.
Okay, Axle One originally started as an idea to bring all the data from the dealership.
Yeah.
They have so much data going on in the fixed side, the variable side, HR side. So we started bringing in one place where they can start looking at it. So that's why the whole word one is like one place to kind of get all your data. Yeah, 100%. Exactly. And then once you get the data, how do you use it? That's the magic sauce. So everybody's like, okay, you see the data, you see all the charts. Where do I start need to pay attention to? Yeah. So that's where we started adding that expert, which is the AI aspect of it. Because how much data you're going to be looking at, right? If you have 20 stores, are you going to log into each store and see how your techs are doing? So then AI is actually helping to say, these are the areas that you need to focus on, and this is where you can make more money. Okay. It's almost like finding the needle in haystack, and which used to be very hard about a year ago, maybe even 6 months ago. Exactly. Is now it's becoming almost a reality.
Exactly. AI makes it so much more efficient. We were talking earlier, and it's almost like having a consultant at your fingertips at all times.
That doesn't sleep.
That doesn't sleep. That helps you figure out every single pain point, every single operation that could be changed, ways to save money and boost efficiencies.
Yeah, exactly. So, like for example, you can run the report and look and say, hey, am I making enough money this month on my repair orders, right? So you ask every day morning, but the AI analyzed it last night based on yesterday, compared to last year. When you wake up and say, hey, you may be making $10,000 less because so-and-so is not doing a job. Right. Isn't there money in your pocket? Then all of a sudden you can actually react to it.
Right. Wow.
And so when everybody talks about AI, but it all comes down to the data that it is going to look at. The more it's going to look at it, it's going to sound smarter. If not, it's going to say, oh, I think I'm going to give you some guideline, right? So we really didn't focus on just the chat aspect of it. It has to start talking numbers. That's why we say, stop running reports, talk to your data. 100%. If you need to know something, start asking questions.
So this is a tool for operators and department managers to kind of dive into and turn data into actionable insights and drive performance across all aspects of the dealership when it comes to variable, fixed, and everything in between. And it drives that top line and kind of improves the bottom line efficiencies.
Yes, and also it's very relevant to fixed ops, Roundtable. The reason we're excited to kind of talk to you guys is, do you know like the fixed op makes for most of the money for the dealership anyway?
100%.
Right, so if you are not taking care of the fixed op side, you may not be even focusing in the right area. And luckily, we had 2 or 3 really good dealers that are so well versed in the fixed ops. They pushed us to keep building reports and KPIs that I didn't think that they were looking at. How many tires are we selling? Who's actually costing me money? So they started asking these questions and said, we need to start building AI to answer this question for everybody, not just for them. So I think one of the fixed ops aspects of it is we're very excited. We have a lot of data in that space.
Absolutely. And if this interview wasn't enough, if a company or a dealer group is hesitant to hop on and work with you guys, what advice would you give them? And what is your convincing point? What makes you stand out?
We always ask them and say, what are your pain points?
Yes.
And if we can solve that, you may not be made. Everybody has some pain points, right? So we started focusing on it. Even if they do demo here, they hear from others. Now we can see this. We can get some data in that space. So if they want to ask or just to find out if they're asking the right questions or not, maybe they're not looking at the data the right way. So even they have no pain points, it doesn't hurt to talk to us like 15 minutes to see what we can do for them.
There's always room for improvement.
And this truly saves time too for the dealership when it comes to identifying focus stores, diving into those further and seeing areas for improvement.
Yeah, we call it the Christmas report. It's red and green. What's green, what's red, and you don't want to see a lot of red on your on your dashboard.
Wow.
So you want to see a lot of green, and which means green bottom line.
Green is good. Lots of exciting things happening at Axle One. Thank you so much for inviting us to your booth, Prasad.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And for those of you online, stay tuned because there are a lot more insightful conversations coming your way.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have the All Data panel. And Ted, lots of conversations around fixed operations in the industry.
Sarah, you're so right. We're very honored to have Eric Sunica from All Data joined with 2 titans flanking him. Ed Roberts, the COO of Bozard Ford Lincoln, is with us. And the one and only Marco Zwanenberg, technician to the stars, is with us here today. Gentlemen, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, Ted. Pleasure to be here.
Eric, welcome, and thank you so much for making All Data a part of what we do.
Absolutely. Great to be here. Again, just, not here today as a spokesperson. Opinions are my own, but we're very excited to be here at the NATIS show with Fixed Ops Roundtable today.
Ed, give us some color on what's happening in the industry and maybe how All Data fits into some of that from your perspective as a retailer.
Well, let's talk about where we're at right now. And everywhere you turn here, everybody says we got AI to do this and AI to do that. And reality is we probably need to understand what we're looking for. And if we understand what we're looking for, then we can easily be sold on something else. And we should be looking for tools to make us more efficient. And that's where All Data comes into play. It not only allows us to be more efficient, but allows us to be more consistent. And it allows us to be that voice of trust for our customers.
Marco, give us your perspective. What's happening in the industry as well?
We are at an information overload. It's everywhere. It's raining down on us like crazy. It is hard to weed through all this and stay efficient. So having a data system that gives me the right information in the right car, the right time, every time is crucial for efficiency, FFV, and CSI.
Eric, I guess that's where you come in.
Yeah, it used to be that a technician could go and Google information, then they would watch YouTube. Now technicians are using AI to look stuff up. And the big concern about that is, and I'm a big proponent of AI, I love AI, but a problem that you have is sometimes AI gives you the wrong information. Sometimes AI can make some mistakes and you don't want to take that risk while you have a technician working on a shop or trying to work on turnaround time. And that's why the unedited OEM information, making it easy and accessible to your shop, and really helping that shop workflow, it's really important. You want the right information. You don't want wrong information in someone's hands while they're trying to do a repair.
Hey, do you want to speak to that? The wrong information, you're exactly right, because the wrong information can sometimes lead to an ineffective repair. And what leads to an ineffective repair, that really becomes our cost. And if we're passing it along to the customer, then we're certainly eroding that trust as well. And so, yes, we want the data, but we want the right data. Yeah. And we want it at the right time, using the things that's available out there to us to be able to pull that together.
Yeah.
And Martha, from your perspective, the technicians that are utilizing these systems, how important is it, for your efficiency, for being able to maximize your time?
Oh, it's extremely important. Like every car repair from diagnosis to finish it's like a road trip. You got to have the right map in front of you. And like I stated earlier, there's so much information available nowadays that AI is great, but you have to ask the right questions to get the right answer. So sometimes simplicity wins over integrated systems. And this is where I see all data coming in with a very effective way of searching, getting the information, and applying that information to finish that road trip, like I said, in a matter of no time and get it done right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Eric, you recently shared with Sarah and I on a recent Fixed Ops Roundtable some things that All Data has brought to the market. Some you've had for quite a while. Some I thought were new, at least new to me. Maybe if you could share some of those things, because I think that's really important for the industry to know the resources you've got out there.
Yeah, absolutely. For, if you're a dealership and you have an auto body shop, one of the things we've introduced is Repair Planner. It really has changed the game. It's really helped with the insurance side of it, and really having all the information loaded in to your estimate, making sure we're not missing anything. We've allowed dealerships to increase, their ROs because they have everything loaded in. And who can argue with the information that the OEM says that you need to do that repair? In addition to that, for service, I was just having a conversation last night with a dealer owner. They have, just under 20 locations, and he has, like many of us, multiple master techs, but a lot of C techs. And what happens is when that C tech gets, they struggle, they go grab the master tech. So what's happening now? Now we're pulling the master tech off of what they were supposed to be doing. And so we're disrupting the shop workflow. What we have at All Data is we have a small army of master technicians that are available to any location. And instead of pulling that master tech in your shop away and stopping their process, we can bring in one of ours we can actually use an app with that C tech, and our master tech can look through the lens of the phone and almost use that C tech as a puppet and do that calibration, do that repair. So that's something that we're helping the industry with that a lot of people don't know about.
Eric, what is the name of that?
That's called, I'm glad you asked. It's called Tech Assist, and it's an add-on. You're not going to need it all the time, but when you do need it, it could be paramount for your business.
Certainly pays for itself when you do need it.
Absolutely.
And absolutely. Deal with the body shop and having a validation tool to go back to insurance coming to.
Yeah.
With is huge as well.
Yep. 100%.
Yeah, Mark, something we could certainly use in our shops to have one technician working on it rather than three.
Yeah. That's it. That's it.
I was going to ask Marco, from your perspective and your fellow technicians, how important is having a tool like All Data has?
It's invaluable. It's invaluable. Like, we are all loaded up all day, every day. Of course, there's things that you're going to need another technician's help with, like hold this wheel while I do this, but it is, in this day and age, it is just absolutely dumb to have to pull someone else away from a big job to find information, or apply information, I should say. Not necessarily finding it, but applying the information that is readily available through systems like All Data, for example. So it is an absolute crucial part to repair and diagnosis process, and it's been a great step.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that it's really great to be able to help the industry out with some of these solutions. Yeah.
And fixed operations has really evolved to finding efficiencies, and now the technology, like some of the stuff that All Data has in place, is so amazing what's happening for our industry. I can't wait to see what's coming the rest of this year. And the technology that's out there is huge. The key is dialing into it and creating a good partner, because a lot of times we layer things over the top of each other and create confusion. So find the right partner, and with Tech Assist, it certainly raises the level with All Data, and I'm proud to be sitting here with them, because it ultimately helps us all become more efficient and get better.
Thank you for that.
Eric, I'll give you the last word for our dealer audience watching today. Any last words you want to share with us for what's ahead in 2026? Things you can share
that you can talk about today?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm mainly going to say if you're at the NADA show, come to our booth. I'm giving away Ogio golf bags, multiple, and they're branded All Data AutoZone. So I'm giving out, and then if you're not at the show, you can still enter. So you can, there should be a QR code or go to alldataconnect.com. You can enter on there. It's totally free. Giving away multiple prizes. Hopefully some of you get some golf bags, because I don't want to take them home.
Marco, the technician is finally getting some respect.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's long overdue, but I think that we are moving in the right direction with the technicians and places like All Data and the products like that in our hands and being correctly used. Like I said, getting the right information to the right person at the right time is crucial.
Yeah.
Lots of exciting opportunities in our industry, Ted.
Sarah, you're so right. We're very grateful to Eric Sunica from All Data, Ed Roberts from Bozart Ford Lincoln, Marco Zwanenberg for being with us here today. Gentlemen, thank you for all you do for our industry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah and I are here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable, and we are going to be right back.
MyKarma's Tech Video Grader is a major enhancement to Service Cart Video MPI. It looks at every tech video, helping management and techs improve video inspections with objective feedback. Each video is reviewed by our AI engine, evaluating audio and visual cues that measure its content against the customized inspection checklist each technician is required to follow. Detailed reporting offers deep insights on video inspections, including month-to-month quality trends about the dealership or dealer group, easy identification of high-performing techs, and the ability to take a deep dive into their overall performance. Tech Video Grader makes sure that what's sent to the customer has maximum impact, leading to more recommendations, improved CSI, and the highest brand standards. MyKarma's Tech Video Grader, another innovation built on collaborative workflow AI.
This show has got us on the edge of our seats for the Parts Edge panel up next.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have the Parts Edge panel. And Ted, lots of conversations centered in the industry around parts best practices.
That's right. Parts is front and center. Kaylee Filio is with us from Parts Edge. Very grateful for Kaylee and all she does for the industry and the awareness on parts. And to help give parts some love today, we have Michael Weldon, the well-known CPI coach, is here with us as well. And joining us from Florida, Marco Zwanenberg, New Drive Consulting, technician to the stars. Marco, Mike, and Kaylee, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Glad to be here. Pleasure to be here, Ted, as always. And good to have this panel here.
So, Kaylee, we're seeing a lot of things happening right now in the industry. Here we are in the middle of the second quarter. What are some of the things that you see and hear parts managers talking to you about? Because I know you're right on the cutting edge with everything happening there.
Yeah, pricing is a huge topic right now. I feel like we are adding it to our webinars more often. And there's been a lot of talk about wholesale, growing business, those types of things. But I think it's just a lot of parts managers are focusing on how can we make more with what we have, and which makes sense. I mean, that's what we should be doing.
Absolutely, Kaylee. And I know our panel today that you have some incredible questions for this esteemed group. And we're looking forward to unpacking a little bit more about some retail and wholesale best strategies.
Yeah, I think I want to say something that I always hear, and it's, hopefully I say this right, but the dealerships make 80% of their profit off 20% of their inventory. That's typically what we see. And where can you push that a little bit? Like, that's the biggest thing, is like, what can you do in your process and the way that you look at your inventory? How can you shift that to make more off of, like, why is it only 20% of the inventory? When we do analyses on matrix pricing or lack of matrix pricing, we see that the matrix isn't even really getting used. It's not even most of the parts are not even getting matrix. So I think that's a huge opportunity that we're missing. And I think that it's just not something that's very easy to do. There's a lot of data, there's a lot of components, there's a lot of ways to analyze. And then once you do, it's like, where do you make those changes? So I guess now that I'm rambling on, Mike, in your experience, you've been with Partouch for a long time. What are some of the things that, actually we just went through this with another dealership. So what are some of the things that you look for when you guys are looking at your pricing and your matrix that could help someone listening? Because you guys have a pretty well established process with that.
What I'm seeing most of is most parts managers are new in the business, or some have been in the business a long time, but they're not really sure what they have in inventory. And they're not really sure how they have their pricing matrices set up for competitive pricing, wholesale pricing, retail pricing. And so they're flying by the seat of their pants, and which naturally is going to create that influx in the bottom line net. And so we're trying to educate them to look at their business. You mentioned 20% of the inventory is where they make most of their profit. We're trying to expand that by looking at how they have their business set up, so that they can see, based on volume, based on the interest from wholesalers and that kind of thing, that they remain competitive, but they're selling more of those items.
Sorry, I had a thought on that. There was another thing with the wholesale. We've had a lot of conversations around that as well. With a lot of dealerships just aren't really making money on wholesale. So I don't know. But then I do see some really successful ones. So I think I don't want to scare anyone away from wholesale business. I think it's just something that you really have to treat as a separate business and have a different business model. It's not like retail. So it has to be treated differently. And you have to be very, very careful. There's advantages because you can buy more and you have just more flexibility, but there's some disadvantages too when you're not paying closer attention. You can really end up with a lot of stuff you can't sell.
And Sarah, you recently had a big group, talking about their parts and their inventory. What are some of the conversations, or what are some of the things that rose to the top of the conversations that you've been having?
Well, Ted, it was really fascinating to hear about, really the challenge that is customer perception of what the dealership offers, and the awareness that customers have pricing information at their fingertips at any given time in the retail or the wholesale purchase process. So a lot of dealerships are wrestling with this because, when they're quoting something, let's say, as part of a service visit, or they're quoting something over the counter as a recommended item, maybe the customer wants to, install the part themselves. Well, now that customer has that part information. They're going online, they're checking to see what that part costs compared to everywhere else that they could potentially get it from. And so there is a lot of sensitivity to the fact that, well, it's a business. We need to make money. That's part of any business. And that's not, something that you can't discount your way into a profit. Right. So they're trying to manage the balance between having pricing that is agreeable to a customer, where it's not so far beyond, priced out compared to what is in the marketplace. But then on the flip side, they have to wrestle with, there are elements and people out there and companies out there that do discount at bulk and really, push that race to the bottom that they have to contend with. And, Kaylee, one of the things that's really interesting in that equation is your competition is no longer across town, it's everywhere on your screen. So it's something that a lot of dealerships are paying very close attention to, and trying to solve their pricing structure around that.
I think a big disconnect too is just the flow and the process of like when someone needs pricing on parts. For example, if you look at tires, how disconnected that process is. It's just like if we're going to have parts price out parts, which as they should, I think there has to be some level of training and like everyone kind of has to be on the same page and the same team, because I do think that a lot of parts they're so bombarded that they're like kind of frustrated, like, why are you calling me for a price kind of thing. So I just wanted to kind of point that out. I'm not saying that every dealership's like that. I just think that happens far too often, because they are pulled in a lot of different directions, have a lot of people coming at them, texts, they shouldn't be standing there, but yeah, that happens, right? I'm curious, Marco, from your perspective as a technician, like, what are some of the frustrations, I guess, you would have with parts and pricing and that type of area? Do you feel any frustration in that area?
When it comes to pricing, I would dare to say that most technicians are out of touch with the pricing of parts, because we just quote the whole job. The breakdown is up to the advisor and the customer. Our biggest issue lays in high volume parts, and to the point of what Mike was saying, you can't control what you don't measure. So if your system is off and you do not hold proper inventory in stock for not just brake parts like pads and rotors, but how about the caliper bolts? Because most of them are one-time use. So now I'm on hold for a $1,600 brake job that's depending on 2 bolts that we did not have. So how did that happen? So as a technician, my frustration lays in that, and especially if you're halfway through a job and come to find out that something wasn't there, which you could attain to either training of parts personnel, including the manager, proper software in place to monitor inventory and either auto reorder or make it part of the daily stock orders after you get a notification. So it's just like any other position in the dealership. There's so much coming at you at one time. Plus, then you have your counter personnel, then you have your wholesale people. So it is just so much to keep track of. No different than an advisor that gets attacked from 20 different angles. Same like a technician, same like a manager. It is just such a busy world that we really need to stick to our policies and procedures to make this happen on a daily basis.
That's a good point. Mike, there's also a lot of newer competition out there that we didn't have years ago, where I saw it come up just recently. Dealers are saying, "Hey, how come we're not selling our parts on Amazon? How come we're not making that available to a larger audience?" And Mike, there are more and more dealers who are doing things like that in the e-commerce world. Your thoughts?
They are. I just did recently a study for a particular dealer, and I went out and surveyed their entire city on the independents that are in the city. And then I came back and I presented them the list. I says, how many of these independents are you in contact with? How many have you done business with? And ironically, they didn't even know that many businesses were in the area, which unfortunately allows other people to influence them to purchase from them rather than from a local dealership or the local business, and it really opened their eyes. And you've got to you got to know your market. And in what you talked about as far as eBay and Amazon, and a lot of these other companies that actually work with manufacturers and dealerships to present parts over a broad spectrum of sites. You need to really explore those things to be competitive in today's market. And you can determine how big you want to get, but it can get as big as you want to get and still not take away from your primary obligation is servicing that shop and making sure that technician has the parts and everything else. But you can grow your business by looking at that technology.
Yeah, you can. It's a huge opportunity. And I think I always say this too, so I felt like I sound like a broken record. But that is another business within the business, so it has a different business model, different structure. But there's dealerships doing it and very successful. I think there's something that we've looked at when it comes to obsolescence and just looking at all the areas, Amazon, eBay, analyzing the data that shows, are these parts even selling? And that's where you could focus and put your energy on, rather than just kind of like, like when you think about marketing, what is that term? Gosh, what is it? The spray and pray. Is that the right term? So it's kind of similar to that. It's like,
I've heard of that. Yes.
You've heard, okay.
But it goes back to what you said earlier when we opened up, Kayla. You mentioned the 20/80. Okay. 20%, and 80%. 80% are sold by 20%, by 20%. It seems to be a pretty common percentage.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And, I've actually been toying around with, because I don't know if I say like, I don't feel like I love data, but I do, I guess, in some ways. I'm always challenging and asking questions. And maybe it's because I'm not like an actual parts manager, but like I looked at the results of what we do and like how productive stock. So productive stock is defined as active selling stock that is making the dealership money. So that's basically that 20% of the inventory. As that increases, what is the actual potential of profit on those parts? So I've been going back to equate the math, because I'm really trying to dig, because for us and what we do, it's not as black and white of like, we're going to increase, like I love Dynatron and they're going to increase your ELR by this percent. And it's just black and white like that. Well, with inventory health, I mean, Mike, you might agree with this too. All of the years of looking at data, it's not as black and white. When you see these increases in productive stock and the decrease in idle inventory, yeah, that looks great. But what does that actually mean for profit? And what is the potential that you're missing out on? Sorry, I'm rambling, but that's really what I'm looking at, because there's such an opportunity with inventory. So.
Well, Kaylee, it's so fascinating. I love, I love that you have this passion within the subject matter, because again, a lot of our audience that's listening today, I know Ted and I have heard there's a lot of evolution and changes that we're seeing across retail, automotive, fixed operations. It has always been critical to the success and the livelihood of the dealership. And again, that fixed absorption is so critical to the retail dealership business model. But Kaylee, in that equation, parts, that's a huge component of the success of their fixed ops departments. You can't service these vehicles without the parts. So are there any takeaways that you've been noticing on some of the evolution, within the data that the dealers should be paying attention to today?
Oh, that's such a big question. I think really what I'm seeing, and like Mike had mentioned, there's a lot of newer parts managers out there. So I feel like it's shifted so much in the fact that rather than, oh, my parts manager's got it, I don't really talk to him or her,
Right.
Everything's fine. The conversation's different. They're actually asking questions and looking at how can I better support the parts manager, because it's normally the least supported department, the most with the skeleton crew. They typically run really, really lean.
Right.
The parts manager's job isn't just managing the inventory. They're kind of everywhere, and they typically run really lean. I think that there's a lot of departments that do, but that's the one that I see that runs really lean. But with that, it's just looking at more support for the parts managers and actually not just trusting this ginormous asset on someone's shoulders. Like, that's a huge responsibility. The best parts managers I speak to are always questioning, how can they be more efficient? How can they stock better? And how can they make more money? how can I make more off of this $1 basically, or, however you want to equate it. That's what I hear when they're questioning things. So yeah, I don't know if I answered your question, but yeah.
No, Kaylee, it makes sense. And Mike and Marco, your perspective from the fixed op side of the equation, what areas of opportunity do you feel, in your businesses, the dealerships maybe need to focus their service department, having that collaboration with their parts managers and parts associates?
I think the most important thing is to get the relationship built between parts and service. There's such a silo that I still see evident in a lot of stores that I visit, that when you have that good business partner, you can accomplish almost anything. I remember when I first got into the business years ago, and I took on this position at a very small Ford agency, and the first thing that the people said, "You're going to hate the parts manager. He's just not a friendly guy." And I said, "Well, guess what? He's going to be my friend." And I went in there and we built the business together, and I wouldn't let him be the typical, stereotype that we sometimes have in this business. And we took it from a very small operation to a huge operation because we worked together, we collaborated with each other, and we worked on the business. We didn't work in the business, we worked on the business, and there's a difference. That, to Kaylee's point, when you have somebody that, they're doing everything, they're working in the business, and they really lose sight of what's going on around them. They need to get out where they can see it, and then have the right people in place to support them, and then build their business.
Yeah. And I think that when you said that getting them to work together, I think pulling the parts manager into conversations, I don't know how many times I hear where, there's a new fixed ops director, or they just don't include the parts manager in some of the changes, even if it's like menu price changes or things like that. It's like that affects parts too, and you have to include them and get their perspective. They hear a lot more than I think that people don't realize, possibly. Another point I wanted to make too is there's a lot of warranty, right? And I think that getting parts involved in that gives a whole nother perspective and kind of an advantage to seeing some real opportunities to be more efficient and ask better questions to the technicians when it comes to warranty.
I think Marco can speak to it, is the relationship needs to be built the same way with the technician.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, first of all, if you look at where the parts manager sits in the dealership, he is usually right between the technicians and the service manager. So he or she will hear a lot just coming out of the shop without even directly spoken to. But a good parts manager is no different than a good service manager. He or she will be out in the shop talking to people. A parts manager I've worked with, actually at my last dealership I worked at, he was very actively involved. He would walk around, try to get an idea of what's involved in the job, and jobs that happen a lot, like coolant repairs, for example. He would produce a package of it that includes all the bolts, all the nuts, everything that was needed for that job. So when the job got quoted, it was just boom, and everything was there. How do you get to that point? You build relationships. So it is very, very crucial for both parts and technicians to work together on this, because at the end of the day, we are the biggest customer. And at the end of the day, we cannot do our job without parts. Another thing I would like to bring to the attention, though, is like if you look at your shop supply cost, fine tune that. What is included, what is not. A lot of times you will find that brake paste, fasteners, one-time fasteners, seal rings, washers, solvents, etc., that are recommended by the manufacturer to use, and you can probably buy them from your manufacturer. They are not being used. They are not being sold. There's a huge opportunity to pick up there. You talk about maybe a couple of pennies here, a dime there, but at the end of the day, between all your technicians, all the vehicles going through, this really adds on to your gross. So start going from there. And the last thing I would like to mention, we have to start showing the value of our products, not just our services, but our products as well. So yes, you can go buy a Chinese-made part somewhere online, or you can buy the OEM version. You tell this customer, like, hey, listen, this OEM part is covered by our nationwide network of dealers. where is the whatever brand warranty what you bought online a lot cheaper? So we have to show the value of what we're doing, what we're providing, and what we're selling.
Great advice.
Makes a lot of sense. And Kaylee, a lot of the conversations we've been having lately, Sarah and I, we're hearing about a lot of dealers who have stepped up their game in the accessory business to the point now where I know Ed, our friend Ed Roberts at Bozart, has created a separate brand called Bozart Built. And I recently visited him, and I was impressed that that had gone from like a two-bay operation to having its own building now. Okay, and they are and of course, if you look at the top vehicles that are sold in the United States, that F Series is by far and away nothing is even close to the F Series. People are accessorizing these vehicles, cars, trucks, the Broncos, Kaylee, Jim Sabino has been putting these online. There's a lot happening there. In other words, to, increase the retail presence of parts. I don't know if you want to speak to that, but that's really put a lot of new spotlight on what can be done.
It's interesting. It's just now becoming a spotlight because what's
Yes.
the number one thing you do after you buy a car besides go eat?
Personalize it.
Exactly. And I think there is a level of knowing your brand. I think there are some brands that operate a little bit better as far as accessories go. I think people wear Ford without even owning a Ford. To compare like Hyundai, for example, I don't think anyone wears Hyundai. It's just different. But the point is that I think with those types of vehicles, there's such a huge opportunity to accessorize it. And you can work it into the deal. You can show packages and you can work with the parts manager and get them excited to be part of that conversation. Because I think once you get, that's the biggest complaint I think is like a used car manager or even a sales manager coming to parts. It's like, no, go over to your side. Don't talk to me. But I think if you can really, get everyone, I think it boils down to pay plan and how everyone's paid. Getting everyone to work together on that and putting packages together, there's such a huge opportunity for that. And then all the little things, I would imagine, I haven't seen what Ed's doing, but it's probably pretty cool. The simple accessories that you can add that just like make people feel at home with, I'm really proud to own the vehicle that they own.
Marco, you and Sarah and I were in a Kia dealership, a very nice one, very recently. And, there's a product, that 25 years ago is not the same product today. Kia is, I would say bordering on, on the higher end of the spectrum right now, Marco. And there were people, and they've had a whole thing set up there for accessories, coming in and buying accessories. And Marco, I was impressed with what I saw there.
Oh, absolutely. That was such a fantastic operation. And it really showed you the forward-thinking leadership that was in place. But yes, to the point of Kaylee, like, what do you want to do? Especially if you buy a product that everybody else already owns, you want to stand out. You want to make it your own. So accessories, they're so undervalued, yet there's such a huge profit margin on them for both installation and the sale of them. And if you have a few examples sitting out on the showroom floor, like we've seen, people will just eat it up. They will buy it, they will love it, roll it into the financing, and everybody's happy. But that was such a great experience. I'm glad I got to be a part of that.
I will say too, I forgot how well Kia has done with their branding and shifting. They've completely captured. I'm just gonna say it like the mom, like they've killed it in the mom cars. Just like the van, what they did to their van makes it look super cool. And then I think even the Telluride, like those are, I don't want to call them mom cars, but most of the time I see moms driving those. So they've definitely killed it with that. And then to accessorize that and add like really great accessories for those vehicles is just like, why wouldn't you capture that? It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Sarah, it seems that to kind of sum it all up, this out of the box thinking, this new thinking, we've been talking, in this conversation for a long time with Kaylee about the seasoned parts manager, but there's a newer parts manager that's out there now, and they've got a fresh perspective, Sarah. And when that happens, that really changes the game.
It does, Ted, and it's so exciting to see how parts managers are embracing this shift to having more awareness in the industry about accessories, more awareness in the industry about the benefits of their respective OEMs, with the community that's out there that's looking for quality vehicles, as Kaylee pointed out, for their families. It's exciting to see all the innovation when it comes to e-commerce. And Ted, parts continues to be a billion-dollar industry. And that is not going to change. It's only going to continue to accelerate. So the dealers that think outside the box, those are the ones that are going to be successful.
Killing multi-billion. It's amazing. And, you're keeping dealers on track and you're helping them with that. So congratulations to you and all the
Thank
good
you.
work that Parts Edge does. So
Thank you very much.
everybody, for more information, you can reach out to Kaylee Filio. Of course, you see her on LinkedIn, on Facebook, on all the socials, on Instagram. Parts Edge, she's the sales and marketing manager, partsedge.com. Want to thank the panel, Marco Zwanenberg, technician to the stars with us here today. Mike Weldon, thank you for all you do for the industry. And Sarah Van Tyne, it's the year of the parts department.
It is, Ted. And it's so exciting to have Kaylee here with us today leading the charge.
Kelly, thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Kelly Filio, everybody, from Parts Edge with the Parts Edge panel here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Parts managers run million-dollar inventories inside outdated systems that were never fully set up for how parts departments actually operate. Most dealerships don't have an inventory problem. They have a visibility and structure problem inside the DMS. That's where Parts Edge comes in. Parts Edge works inside your DMS to structure inventory the right way, by movement, behavior, and real-world demand. We design and maintain smart stocking source templates, act as a co-pilot for daily inventory decisions, and deliver clear reporting that shows exactly what needs attention and why. We're not a manufacturer automated replenishment system, and we're not a one-time consultant. Parts Edge is ongoing support for parts managers who want control, not chaos. Across hundreds of inventories, Parts Edge has helped dealerships reclaim hundreds of thousands of dollars and unlock 20% parts sales growth by fixing structure, not spending more. Parts managers deserve better tools for one of the largest cash investments at the dealership. Every part on the shelf is a financial decision. Are yours working for you?
Here comes Carl Murphy, the CEO of Spiffy, bringing a new model, new mindset, and real momentum to Fixed Ops.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have the Spiffy panel with Carl Murphy, CEO, and Ted. Lots of exciting conversations happening in the industry right now about mobile service.
Sarah, you're so right. Mobile service is everywhere, and at the center of that is Carl Murphy, CEO of Spiffy. Carl, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Hey, thanks, guys. Looking forward to it.
Well, Carl, to jump right in, mobile service has been talked about for years, but execution has been inconsistent. What's been missing in how dealerships approach mobile operations?
Yes, I think there's two things that are challenging for a dealership. One is a defined strategy at the management level. Like, hey, why are we getting into mobile today? Is it for customer retention? Is it to generate gross profit? Is it to knock down recalls? And so strategy is the first thing we talk to customers about. Like, hey, why are we doing this? And then it helps us structure how they roll it out. We see dealers with committed strategies being incredibly successful in mobile. And again, I think a big part of that is the evolution of products like ours, the software, which helps dealers take a good operation and really make it a great operation from a standpoint of performance metrics. And so that's why you see a lot of dealers scaling now beyond one or two vans, because they're seeing more effective scheduling, more effective management of the team in the field. And then that translates into all sorts of positive financial metrics like increased revenue, increased gross profit, increased retention, all sorts of things like that.
And you're right, Carl. Dealers are scaling. We're seeing they start with the one. Next thing you know, it's got that two, they got that three, and then up from there. And they do it for all different types of reasons. Carl, there are a lot of partners in the industry offering different pieces of the mobile service puzzle. How do you define what a complete mobile service operation actually requires?
Yeah, so we provide what we call mobile operating system, right? And so you need the strategy from the management team. You need a great internal team that's focused on the business. We see dealerships that give mobile as an additional responsibility to people in fixed ops as not being very successful. The fixed ops people are incredibly busy today. They have a lot of stuff going on. To give them an additional duty that is new and requires focus and effort is like a failure point. So you got to have that strategy. You got to have the team. And then you obviously need vans or assets, right? We call them assets because they could be cars or trucks, or they could be a fixed site away from your dealership in some cases. Like you might actually set up at a customer's location, but it's really, we think of it as mobile because it's not inside your building. And then you need software. And really, I think the key to scaling has been two things, right? It's been management commitment to launch mobile for a whole host of reasons we can talk about, and then software allowing them to take their processes and really automate the things that humans aren't particularly good at, like scheduling, communication, route planning, all those sorts of things.
And just to go back to something you said a few moments ago, it really takes that dedication. About a year and a half ago, Sarah and I encountered our first mobile service advisor, and now that seems to be a mainstay. We're seeing that all over. Service advisors who just handle mobile. Would that be an example?
Yeah, for 100%. Yep. When we talk to new dealers who are going from zero, we call it 0 to 1, right? We have no mobile. We want to do it. We'd like a successful mobile business, one mobile asset. You need a dedicated service advisor and a dedicated technician. And that is what is sort of foundational, and then you can sort of go from there. Sometimes we see that mobile service advisor running pickup and delivery. They sort of run what would be the mobile experience, which might, we could be doing services for the customer. We could do a pickup and delivery. But at a minimum, you need someone who's like, this is, half to 3/4 of my job is making this business successful.
Carl, it's incredible the points that you referenced a moment ago, just describing the software and the logistics and the vans. Spiffy often refers to itself as a full stack mobile operating system. So what does that really mean in practice for a dealership?
So to really be successful in the eyes of the customer and the management team, you need, again, people who are properly trained. So we help you identify those people on your team and train them. You need the trucks or the assets to go out to the customer. And we've been doing this for now 12 years. And so we have a lot of learnings about what's critical for the on the truck and what's not critical, and how to make that operationally efficient for the folks in the field. And then you need the software that codifies the procedures that you have for humans, but then allows them to automate and accelerate those procedures and those systems, right? So you can and this happened 3, 4, 5 years ago when mobile came to car dealership world. They have humans scheduling the service. And the challenge is the human is not very good at deciding how far appointment 1 is from appointment 2, and then deciding what technician on the team should get that service and what truck that technician should use, right? So you have to optimize the schedule across the customer demand, the customer geography, the customer scheduling constraints, like, hey, I'm available from 12 to 2 on Tuesdays and Thursdays. The asset, like what kind of trucks do we have? What you see in these scaled businesses is a wide variety of assets. You see SUVs that are doing recalls and light services, and then you see box trucks that can do welding and transmissions, right? And depending on the type of customer you have, you go to some dealer that has 5 or 10 mobile assets, they're going to have a portfolio of trucks that have different capabilities, and then a portfolio of technicians that have different capabilities. They're going to have, again, if you're at 10 or more, you're going to have an A tech maybe in that mobile team doing diagnosis and working on fleet. You're going to have maybe a B tech in there to do some of the more complicated stuff. And then you're going to have a range of C techs with different skills. And what the software allows you to do is to take all that demand in and optimize it across all those complexities. And as a human, that just makes your brain explode. Like, it's just not something humans are good at, but it's perfectly designed for a computer and for software. And so that's why I think you're seeing the scale of these businesses is because the software has come in and said, hey, we have a committed dealer with a great team and they have the demand. How do we get more than, what we see a lot is 2 ROs per day per truck. We have a van, it's doing 2 or 3 ROs a day, it's doing 10 a week. It's like, okay. And the okay is the customer loves it. Like, dealers who do mobile service, the customer ratings are spectacular. It's the hard part is the execution of how do I get beyond 2 ROs a day so I can have really significant and consistent gross profits coming into that line of business.
And our great friend Jim Sabino at All American Ford loves to talk about how the customers love the service, and we've heard a whole lot and seen it with Ed Roberts and Jeremy down at Bozard. Carl,
hey, I'll tell you, Ted. The most controversial thing I say to dealer principals and executives is mobile demand is unlimited.
And that's controversial.
It is. And they're like, well, there's lots of story around that. I'm like, look, 60% of what's happening in your fixed op shop can be done mobily, and every customer wants it done in their driveway.
Yes.
Now they don't want you to tear apart their engine in a driveway, but they certainly want oil change, tires, recalls, that sort of thing. And on the fleet side, they really don't care what you do as long as you get the vehicle back to them really fast.
Yep. Carl, can you walk through some key components of the Spiffy platform? Let's say from customer scheduling through service execution, even payment.
Yeah, so I would say the most interesting thing from the dealer perspective, the thing that is sometimes controversial, is our integration with the marketing front end, right? So the dealer has a website. They may have an AI scheduler, which is talking to customers. They have a BDC that's talking to customers. And then they have a service manager, talking to customers. And so what we do is we take all of those demand inputs and then we allow them to see live committed schedule, right? And so that allows the first click to be an accurate appointment, and that appointment's not going to change, right? And then because we can optimize and we understand the schedule, the routing, that sort of thing, you get more than just sort of 2 ROs per day. You're going to get 5 or more in a consumer environment, and then in a fleet environment that can almost double or triple in some cases for the capacity on the vehicles. That's the biggest thing that's going on today. We've added to that recently a recall functionality, which allows the dealer to give us a list of their customers. We match that to recalls that they select that are appropriate for mobile. They can do it mobily. They have the people to do it, and they have the parts if that's necessary. And then we run communication campaigns, outreach campaigns to them, completely automated, right? Electronic, text and email. Again, telling the customer, your vehicle has a recall. We can fix it for you mobily, and here's an appointment for you that's live and committed, right? And so what's exciting is the yield on that recall is like 3x what the industry's doing today. So it's like 15%. So if you give us 1,000 names, you're going to get 100 to 150 appointments out of that. Appointments, not just people who answer the phone.
Right.
Live schedule. And then further, almost half, like 35 to 40% of those appointments are digitally scheduled. So they don't talk to a human until the technician knocks on their door for the keys to service their vehicle. And so that provides a lot of I would say efficiency into the BDCs today. BDCs are so busy trying to handle those things. Again, to take calls out and make them automated and on the simpler stuff. And then it gives that time back to the BDC team to go talk to customers about high value things like, hey, we think you need new tires. Here's a $200 option. Here's a $400 option. Here's why the pluses and minuses there. Or hey, your check engine light says you need this sort of higher level maintenance and repair. Here's how we can do that, and we can talk about that. So I think those are the biggest things we see today from dealers being surprised by what we can do for them. We integrate with all of the major DMSs. So in our world, the DMS is the system of record. And depending on the DMS, we either create an RO and send it to the DMS, or we take the RO from the DMS and then add information and send it back. And so that eliminates a lot of double keying that's out there in the world. Software, dealers have so much software that's sort of siloed and independent, and we're very much in the camp of we need to make that simple and integrated for them. So it's, I tell our new customers, it shouldn't be something you know about. It's just something that works. I don't want people talking about the overhead of the Spiffy system. It's just Spiffy does all this automated stuff for us, and it just sort of happens.
Great points, Carl. And, I want to go back again to the dealer in the equation, because one of the challenges that, we hear, oftentimes Ted and I hear, is that the dealers are concerned about the unit economics of mobile service. And, some OEMs have programs that are a little more mobile friendly than other OEMs, but other OEMs are catching up. So what makes mobile service profitable versus a cost center for a dealership?
Yeah. So what we see, so I'll give you the punchline and I'll sort of walk back. What we see is dealers can generate about $25,000 a month per van monthly after a couple of months. So, our new dealers in month 3 are in the $25,000 a month range for top line revenue, pre-incentive, right? So that's before OEM incentives. And then that 25K, 24, 23 is roughly 60% gross profit, right? So gross being minus labor and parts, right? And and so maybe you can say it's 50% and 23,000. But it's in that magnitude of revenue. And then across a year, we can see a dealer, I would say, comfortably add a vehicle or a new asset about every quarter, right? So about every 90 days, they bring on another one. And so by the end of the year, that dealer's mobile program is sort of like a $750,000 top line at 50% gross profit. And they feel very comfortable about that. These are numbers we're getting from our customers. And so it's pretty reasonable. Now, how they get there is they're using our software to take the trucks from 2 ROs a day, which is sort of like what a human could do, to 5. So if you don't have people, if you don't have software or systems that are digital, you're not going to get to the 5 or 6 ROs a day. And now there are some dealers out there, I've met them and they're buying our software. Like they have a lot of people driving ROs into the system, but they have this overhead in the team that is not scalable, right? So maybe they're getting to 5 ROs a day, but they have like, one person is managing 1 or 2 vans. And so to get to 10 vans, you need like 10 people in the BDC, and that doesn't scale, right? It's like hustle factor. It's great. It's like entrepreneurial. It's like, we're going to make it work. We're going to sledgehammer this thing until we win. But then you go look at the math and like, oh yeah, the trucks are great, but we have all those people overhead in there. And so that's the revenue and gross profit side of it before incentives, right? And then the incentives are sort of accelerants on that. And what you see is the dealers, what I see anecdotally is the dealers today who have gotten to scale have sort of taken they've very clearly taken the incentive money and set that aside from their raw economics. Right. Like that's like bonus for us, right? And we're and we'll deal with that with the CFO later, but we're going to go build a business around the cost of the van, the cost of the technician, the optimization of that vehicle, and then the pricing that we see. We do spend a lot of time. I would say one of the biggest, and again, this is another controversial topic for me between owners, is mobile service is a new product, which is different from fixed ops. Mm-hmm. Now, what you do for the customer is very similar, but it's in their driveway. And so subsequently, it should be priced differently than fixed ops, right? So if I have to drive across town 10 miles to the dealer and wait an hour for an oil change, that's less, should be a lower price than I come to your driveway. I have to walk to my front door. I give you the keys. An hour later, you're not, okay, the car's done. You want to take a look at it, and go away. And really your total time investment is like minutes, not hours. And so that convenience should be priced accordingly. Just like if you're going to the airport and you pay for Clear and TSA PreCheck, that's $1,000 a year. I get to cut to the front of the line, right, with those services. Amazon Prime, right? You pay $100 a year and they deliver in 2 hours, right? All of those convenient customers today sort of demand that convenience of come to my house, and they're willing to pay more for that. And when dealers don't add that price into the service, they're really doing themselves a disservice, because it really handicaps that line of business from being successful from a revenue and a gross profit standpoint. We, as an inside baseball, we're very against travel fees and upcharges. Like the line item mobile costs more. Hey, we're coming to you, 25, 50, 75, sort of whatever the market is. We think that's a really bad idea. But we do think, if your price is X for a service, like an oil change is called $75 at the shop, getting $100 to $125 on a flat rate is absolutely doable. And the thing, again, there's a lot of pressure in the economy today, talks of recession, gas prices, rise of the cost of vehicles. All those things are real, but I think the miss for the dealership is that mobile is for the convenient-oriented consumer. And if someone pushes back on paying more for that, they're not a mobile customer, and you should go find somebody else to go sell to, right? The mobile customer is, probably top 20% of the population by income. They tend to be younger, right?
Sure, yeah.
I tell the story about my first experience with the convenience-oriented consumer was in 2016 when my daughter ordered 2 cookies delivered to our home at 11 o'clock at night. This guy shows up and he's like, "Can I speak to your daughter?" I'm like, "No, it's 11 o'clock at night, dude. You're in the wrong place." He's like, No. I'm from Insomnia Cookies, and she ordered 2 cookies. I'm like, okay. So, we go through this and I'm like, "Hey, what do these cookies cost?" Well, the cookies were $5 a piece. That's crazy.
How much was the delivery charge?
$10. She was $20 for 2 cookies. And I go,
and guess what? They're okay with it. It's fine. Yeah.
Her money.
Yeah.
She had a part-time job. I said, "Sweetie, we have Betty Crocker in the cabinet. Like, go make cookies." "I don't have time. I'm studying." I'm like, "Sweetie, $20, I would have made you cookies." Right. But it was very informative for me to see that and to have that, like, literally in my living room, this discussion about convenience. Now she's 26, 27. has her own job, and is very quick to order Instacart, Uber Eats, Amazon Prime, etc. And the expectation is like, push button shows up later, and later is soon, right? It's not 3 to 5 days, right? Shipping today, 5 days is like, did you send it on a Conestoga wagon? Like, why does it take so long, right? And so I think it's important to have that discussion with dealers, because mobile is for the convenience-oriented consumer, and then it's for the fleet, right? So fleet is a separate sort of customer and a discussion around that, but they'll also pay more because they don't want the vehicle sidelined, because those vehicles are revenue producing for them. And so the idea of, if you're, just for argument's sake, if your labor rate's $150 an hour in the shop, it's very easy to get $175 to $200 mobily to do it in their shop, because there's this comfort with the fleet manager to see the vehicle torn apart in his parking lot. They love it.
Everybody, Spiffy is the trusted partner to so many dealers. On the Fixed Ops Roundtable, we have watched it grow and grow. And the key to scaling is to have the tools that you're hearing about today from Carl Murphy, the CEO at Spiffy. Sarah, I cannot think of a more exciting time, just with the convenience factor and the changing consumer preferences that Carl's talking about right now.
So much opportunity for dealerships to really take advantage of the behaviors that customers are already taking advantage of in other platforms. Apply it to your dealership, apply it to your service business. And Ted, as you said, Spiffy is the leader in these solutions for dealerships. You can learn more at getspiffy.com/software. And Carl's email is on the screen, Carl with a K at getspiffy.com.
Carl, congratulations, and keep it up, because it was just a couple of years ago that we started talking about mobile, and now everyone's talking about mobile, and you're squarely in the middle of that. So congratulations, and looking forward to hearing how this continues to grow and progress, and Spiffy's success with working with dealers.
Thanks, Ted. Thanks, Sarah. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you guys.
Everybody, Carl Murphy with Spiffy, the leader in the industry, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
We engaged with Rich Lupo here at Apple Tree Honda about 12 to 14 months ago. At the time, he was really interested in mobile service and what that could bring to his customers, but he had a lot of questions, and he had to get the rest of his team here at the dealership behind the idea of introducing mobile. We always are there to be first educators. We've been in the mobile service space for over a decade, and so we like to educate the dealers on all of the benefits that come with mobile service, especially for their customer base. With mobile service, we come on site for a couple of days to help train the entire team through the process and ensure that there's just alignment from start to finish of scheduling to completion of the repair service, so that the dealer feels comfortable going outside their walls and delivering that mobile service.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have the PAM panel, and Ted, lots of innovation happening in the industry with PAM.
Really excited to have Pam on the event. We want to welcome Abdullah Beg, founder of PAM.ai, and Jason Kernan from Raceway Nissan. Gentlemen, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Abdullah, I know Sarah and I have a couple questions, if it's okay. I'd like to come to you first. For those folks watching who are newer to PAM, tell us, what is it, who's it for, and what problem does it solve?
Absolutely. Ted, Sarah, thanks for having us. Really excited to be here and excited to chat with the dealer body for the Fixed Ops Roundtable. What is PAM? Really simply, one of the hardest problems that auto retail is currently facing and has been facing for the past, maybe 2 decades, is answering the opportunities that are coming in, and primarily voice. And there was never really any great provider that could build a powerful enough AI system that could answer every single phone call. And that's really what we set out to solve for. Now we are the AI workforce for automotive. So now, several years in, 700 dealers plus on the platform, adding about 100 a month. And the AI workforce for automotive is meant to help you capture the two key things that every single dealer wants. It is booking more service and selling more cars.
Jason, I got to ask you, I think you had a lot of choices out there. What made PAM most relevant to your dealership?
Well, I was looking to solve a problem with our service traffic. We have an 8 rooftop family-owned company, and our service, repair order count was dropping like a stone. And we had an on-site BDC with about 14 employees, and I would meet with the manager regularly, trying to figure out, hey, why are we not getting the appointments? What's going on? And after a few meetings, we switched over from Reynolds and Reynolds DMS to Techion. And I remember going in through the Techion, we started talking about the AI capabilities of Techion DMS. And I remember them mentioning something about an AI platform. And so during the installation, I remember seeing an email regarding PAM. And so I thought that in the beginning, PAM was part of Techion. It was a completely separate entity. So I remember every Monday we have a conference call with all the general managers and the ownership, and we review the stuff every week. And it was brought up, and they said, hey, any of you GMs want to take it on as a pilot? And of course, there's crickets in the room, and I'm like, I'll take it. Let me have it. Because I was actually looking for that. In my store in Riverside, Raceway Nissan actually is where I was managing. So what I was able to do is I was able to take PAM, onboard them as answering all the inbound phone calls, right? And how it was relevant is, like to Abdullah's point, a lot of the phone calls get missed when they come into the store. And one of the things I noticed right away was that there were no missed phone calls. Everything was documented, transcribed, nothing was missed. And we went back and answered all the questions. And then our in-house BDC teams were focusing on the list and calling and creating, appointments to come in the store. And so then I was involved in a pilot with the engineering team at PAM to come up with an outbound platform, and then we're off to the races. So it's been so awesome to see that we're able to save over $1 million a year in our company in fixed expense and increase our service traffic, at least through last year, upwards of 12 to 18%, depending on the rooftop.
Jason, that's incredible. I mean, just to hear those kind of numbers, I know a lot of our audience is definitely going to be listening to those kind of metrics, especially when it comes to savings and looking at margins. Abdullah, I'm curious, what are the biggest operational gaps or inefficiencies that dealers are still dealing with today in fixed operations?
Yeah, I think, the gaps are pretty obvious and seen across, majority of dealerships. All starting from the point of phone calls. And oftentimes when we even frame the value of the product, we're not saying, hey, we're going to deliver you more revenue. I think simply what we're saying is we're going to capture what was already meant to come in, but now you're just not going to miss out on it. And oftentimes people say, I don't even know how many calls I'm missing, right? So I can't even quantify how many opportunities I'm missing. And what we see across the board is anywhere between 30 to 50% of phone calls being missed. And that was such a huge opportunity for us to go start solving for what we consider to be the hardest problem in automotive, 2 years ago. And now, across the board, the data is really simple. The impact is really simple. Dealers are saving so much more time across their BDC, across their service advisors, across their reception, because now they have every call being handled. The other key piece is also CSI, right? When you're missing out on these opportunities, you're not just missing out on service revenue. You're potentially impacting your CSI scores, and obviously that doesn't show very well when it comes to the OEM relations and when it comes to cross group performance benchmarks and things like that. And so that's something that we show ability to have a positive impact for after we've launched PAM. And then at the end of the day, every dealer really cares about profitability, right? And if you think about auto retail specifically, and the dealership being like an SMB, how many other industries can you think of where you have like the average, small, medium-sized business with an in-house call center? And it's not common to see that, because retailers and auto retailers are dealing with so much frustration, so much call volume. And, we've had to evolve to now have these really big, call centers. In some cases, we've seen anywhere between 5 to 15% BDC for a single rooftop. And so now what dealers are approaching this problem with is, hey, if I even have PAM answering all of the initial calls and then passing off what she can't handle to the BDC. And then meanwhile, you have other dealerships that are embracing the idea of AI becoming the BDC. And so one thing that I would say is, there's some people that might approach it from an after hours and overflow perspective. And if that's all you did, you would still see, an increase in what you're getting on a month to month basis. And I think one area that we've really shined in as well across the various different products and platforms that we've built and the AI agents and the AI employees that we want to be staffed and hired at these dealerships across everything that we've built, the key bit, the secret sauce, so to speak, is how great the voice of Pam actually is. Constantly dealers are coming to us and telling us, hey, your voice is just top notch. Most of the customers that are calling in and coming in think she's a real person. And they're asking for Pam, saying, where is Pam? And we don't have a good answer. We don't know really what to tell the customers that are saying, yeah, I want to talk to Pam because she's the only one that ever picks up the phone call, right? Jason, do you have any stories like that?
Oh, all the time. In Spanish too.
I love hearing these kinds of stories because this is real world. And Jason, you talked a little bit about your perspective from how you got started with Pam, but I'm curious, as you were considering solutions, what stood out to you versus the other options out there, or some of the other status quo kind of BDC services?
Well, I think Abdullah kind of stole my thunder on that. The voice, the ability to gather all the phone calls, transcripted conversations in one place, the ability for me to reach out effectively. And this is something I want all the dealers out there to know that actually still run human-based BDC call centers. A lot of your UIOs out there might be 10, 12, 14,000 units. Okay, well, there's no way you can consistently reach every record if you have human callers. There's no way. So I found that out right away. Just as Pam as a force multiplier is huge. In my Raceway Nissan store, there's 14,000 units in operation, and we feed different outbound campaigns monthly into Pam. And I know for a fact that every single one of them is going to get touched with a couple calls and a few text messages with our offer, without a doubt, 100%. Whereas you would probably have to staff 20, 25, maybe even 30 humans and not touch the entire list. So just from that perspective alone, I feel the product is worth it. But then also the ability to coach your advisors if a call goes wrong, or just the time savings on the drive that Pam is actually handling, at least in my stores, anywhere from 50 to 55% of the calls that my staff doesn't even need to touch. So they can focus on more quality time, reviewing multi-point inspections or calling customers back for status checks. And it's just a huge time saver. And we all know time is money. But in reduced expenses and higher revenues, it's just honestly, Pam's been the best partner out there. And I haven't seen any other solution in the space that can even match it.
If I might even break down, Sarah, Ted, like what the different agents that we actually have, the AI employees, so to speak. We have our receptionist and our service scheduling agent. This is, what most of the market was asking for years ago. There were other solutions out there, but a lot of the different solutions that were in the market were built off of these constrained workflows. Kind of like, if you say this, then, the AI will say this, right? And so when we built end-to-end with large language models, and now we have this purpose-built engine and architecture.
Very dynamic, yeah.
Purposely built for the automotive industry, maybe what we would consider the most advanced automotive, large language model or multi-large language model basis is what we would consider, cutting edge stuff that we've been building internally. And now we took that to the market, and the whole point was answer every phone call. And then like Jason is describing here, well, now I have lists. I have lists for retention campaigns. I have lists for recall campaigns. I have lists for declined services. I have my telematics lists. What do I do with these lists? Usually I just pass them off to the BDC and say, make the phone calls. And then sometimes they make them, sometimes they don't.
They don't.
Now, right? Sure. And so no need to mince words here, right? And so imagine taking a list of 10,000 VINs and giving it to Pam. And in fact, Pam can even automatically just pull these lists on a recurring basis through your DMS, through your scheduler system, fully automatically. And then she will just automate it in an automated way, just reach out to these people through phone and text. all in a TCPA compliant format, and just constantly reach out to these people and just boost the service appointments. In some cases, we've seen a Lexus store in in a city, and they have been booking 200 additional appointments per month from what they were doing before, and they're booking an additional $300,000 worth of parts and labor revenue every month from what they were doing before. Jason, if you can describe it, like what were like the numbers before versus after it?
Before I answer that, let me just kind of dovetail on the previous comment. One thing that service managers need to know is a lot of service managers in their BDC teams, they don't vibe. With using PAM, the service manager has full control of their BDC over the offers they send out, and even the tone in which the offers are given. And it's 100% the same way, same experience every time. PAM never has a bad day. PAM never has to call and take off, right? And it's such a better customer experience. But to Abdullah's question, follow-up question, yeah, at Raceway Nissan, you can go back and review it. We grew our RO count 30%, and we saved a ton of money in fixed expenses. So when you can gross more and expense less, that's a win-win that any dealer is going to understand. So I've always said anybody can reach out to me to verify any of the data I'm speaking to. And like I say, I enjoy the partnership with Pam and the team. So not only that, they're very approachable. When I have an idea, they're very responsive. They're in it to be a partner with the dealer, which is another refreshing change. A lot of vendors will sign you up, and then you never hear from them again. This has actually become, I feel like, part of the family.
I love it. We're speaking today to Jason Kernan at Raceway Nissan and Abdullah Beg, the founder of PAM AI. All right, so Abdullah, for the dealers watching today intently, when they evaluate solutions that are in this space, some advice from you, what should they actually be looking for?
Absolutely. I think it really comes down to the breadth and the depth of the product and the product team, right? The company behind the system as well. And so, I was sitting on a stage last weekend, and I was sharing the stage with a couple AI companies, a couple workflow-based, automation companies, and then a DMS company. And everyone was being asked questions about AI. And you can tell who has the AI DNA and who doesn't have the AI DNA. And dealers, by the way, are extremely sophisticated buyers. Mm-hmm. You've seen all the demos. You've seen the technology. You know how to describe APIs better than engineers do, right? You know how all of this stuff works. You've seen it all. And I think most general managers probably jump on 3-4 demos a day, right, these days, right? There's just so much technology out there. And everyone has a really simple, I would say a really good heuristic, right? In being able to evaluate, is this legit? Is it not? Is the person that's giving me this information, are they a technical person or are they not? Do they understand what they're selling me or do they not? And I think there's a lot of noise out there in the market. So for folks that are trying to figure out how do I just navigate through the noise, it's really simple. Is the company that you're talking to a company that has the DNA of the product that you're looking for? It doesn't even just work with AI. It works for CDP technology. It works for CRM technology. It works for DMS technology. Mm-hmm. And so if you go to a CRM provider for CRM solutions and you go to a CDP provider for CDP solutions, oh my God, maybe I should go to an AI provider for AI solutions, right? And I think it just comes down to that, right? So what's the DNA of the company? That's the first piece. The second piece is ask those partners or future vendors, those future partners, what's your retention like, right? What's your support like? Put it down on paper, right? Ask for that in the agreement, talk about SLAs, talk about uptime. Those are really great questions to ask and really great things to hash out before you get into partnership. And a lot of people nowadays and a lot of companies like ours are willing to embrace shorter term pilots, so to speak, for longer term agreements, right? Because folks want us to be able to prove ourselves, especially. It becomes less common nowadays because folks see PAM as like the leading provider for voice AI, but still, we still embrace these customizations, these pilots, these short-term agreements just so that we can bake off against someone else. We're winning them 100% of the time, so we feel pretty good about where we're at. And so I would say it comes down to the DNA of the company, what the support looks like, and then the team's ability to execute. And you will soon very quickly find out, are they meeting and matching and honoring the promises that they're making when it comes to their roadmap? That's something that we really pride ourselves on, under promising and over delivering on the product and the product experience.
And Jason, you know that's unusual, okay, for the automobile business to encounter that with a partner. Jason, it sounds like a lot has changed since you adopted the PAM platform. Anything else we need to know on that?
Shoot, there's so many benefits I didn't even really touch on. One that just came to mind is my shop was a lot more efficient when I plugged PAM in.
Okay.
And I found that, a human agent will typically not offer times that are, not conducive to the store, or more what the customer wants, and creates bottlenecks in production. I mean, Pam's consistent experience, I'm making sure that my shop is loaded most effectively, and that happened right off the bat. So there's so many extra benefits that a dealer would see, and I would be happy to mention that to anybody who would reach out to me.
It's so exciting to hear this incredible information, Jason and Abdullah and Ted. Lots of exciting opportunities ahead for automotive dealerships to really engage with PAM.
Abdullah, I got to tell you, this is very refreshing for the Fixed Ops Roundtable community. I mean, we pride ourselves on early adopters, but you are really setting the new benchmark in this entire category.
I think we like to lead with our best foot forward, and who better to hear from? Like, I can yap on screen, right? Forever, right? It's impossible to get me to stop. But who better to hear from than someone that's in it, living it, breathing it, dying for it, surviving, right?
Every day. Yeah,
exactly. Well, we had to delay the segment because Jason was busy closing the books, right? And now here we are, right? So it's like, you're living it, you're breathing it. I think this is the best way to talk about the system. And one thing that I would say is, Jason described how Raceway Nissan, Temecula Nissan, they're part of a larger group of about 8 franchise locations. And for us, there's no dealer partner too small, right? If it's a 1 rooftop, 2 rooftops, I will happily spend the time to sit on a call with those folks just as much as we spend time with the publics that we work with and the large privately owned automotive groups that we work with. And so I think the key point is the solutions that we're offering and that we're bringing to the market can and should be used by everyone, and we want to be able to take it to everyone. And one of the reasons why we really pride ourselves, I think the metric that we care about most is our retention, being able to maintain a high 90s% retention across any of the rooftops that we work with across all the cohorts. Why we're with 750 locations and adding another 100 every month, and able to maintain that retention is because we have a co-founding team, an incredible co-founding team, and leaders in the business that really know how to focus on the key pieces. We have a co-founder that's focused on integrations and building the best possible integrations that we can build from within that integrations team, the engineering team led by a co-founder, the go-to-market team led by a co-founder, the product team led by one of my co-founders. And so that is really what it comes down to, the DNA of the company, the ability to dive in with the dealers no matter who they are, right? They can reach anyone within the company. There's no one that we would gatekeep.
Jason, I'll give you the final word for dealers watching. If you had advice to give them in 30 seconds, what would you say?
Don't think about it. Just do it. Just get off the fence and get in the game, because AI is not leaving. We need to utilize these technologies to become more efficient as compression of margins continue in sales and service. And if you want your customers to get a positive experience every time, then PAM, it's a no-brainer.
Well, Ted, this is exciting information, and it'll be great to learn more as the year goes on with Abdullah and Pam.
Everybody, for the audience watching today, for more information, if you want to learn more about what PAM.ai can do, just visit them on the web. It's been impressive. We congratulate Abdullah Beg and Jason Kernan for being here with us today and sharing this. And Abdullah, I can't wait to come back, because it's amazing. Every few months, it seems like a whole new world. Okay, so you're making great strides. So congratulations to you, and you're off to an incredible future in the automotive industry. So
Ted, Sarah, thank you so much. And Jason, always a pleasure, man.
Always a pleasure, brother. Thank you, Ted, Sarah. Appreciate you.
Everybody, for more information, visit PAM.ai on the web. The team from PAM here with us today on the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
As we wrap up day 2 of Fixed Ops Week, you can feel it. We're not slowing down. We're building momentum. We'll be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern to take it even further with more leaders, more innovation, and more of what's driving the future of fixed operations. So stay with us because this show, it's only getting louder.